Hinton respectfully acknowledges that it is located on Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation Region Number 4. These are the traditional territories and ancestral lands of Indigenous peoples, including the Plains Cree First Nations, Assiniboine, Winnewac, Rocky Mountain First Nations, Stoney, Tsuut'ina, Nakota, Denisovan, Saulteaux, Mountain Métis, and many other communities that continue to enrich the land on which the town of Hinton was established. With this sentiment, I'd like to call today's committee of the whole meeting to order. Council, are there any changes to the agenda? Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to add minute of council, please, to the agenda. Not sure what number to add that to, but
so normally that would go right after adoption of agenda. So between adoption of agenda and delegations.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. Add minute with council. Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? None from council, administration, any changes?
Sir, nothing from administration.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I accept Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to adopt the agenda for February 22nd as amended.
Mayor Michaels, council, all those in favor? Motion's carried unanimously. So that brings us to our first item today, which is minute with council. Is there anyone who'd like to speak?
I would.
No? Okay, if you could just state your name for the record and then the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Jan Vasbotten. I am a member of the Beaver Boardwalk Oversight Committee, but I just wanted to say that I'm not here representing that group. I'm only speaking for myself individually. I saw the agenda for today's council meeting just this morning, so I'm a little bit unprepared, but I'll try to keep it under a minute. I noticed that there's a delegation presenting about the idea of removing the bridge. I just wanted to say that I'm strongly against the idea of removing the bridge. I'm involved with a lot of recreation groups. I've talked to a lot of people, a lot of outdoors people. Everyone agrees that the bridge was a fiasco. It was too big of a bridge, too much money, poor project. But everyone also agrees that it's time to move on and let's not waste any more money into removing the bridge. I see in the delegation notes that they have some quotes for removing the bridge. My guess is that that might be old and they may have to be redone, so that is going to take time to get that redone and it may come in higher. And it's also only for the bridge removal. It's not for the removal of the bridge abutments, the current one or the historical one. And I believe the cost for removing those would be very high considering that you're working in a wetland area. I see in the presentation that they're also suggesting to use volunteers to remove the gravel and abutments. I've worked on a lot of volunteer projects. They usually take way more time than if you have professionals doing it. They often don't do as good of a job because they're not professionals at it. Most importantly, though, is they're not responsible. They're not going to be responsible. They're not going to be liable. I don't even know if the Wetland Act and the lands people would even allow volunteers to do that kind of work in the sensitive wetland. So I do think that the town itself is going to balk at that idea, so that probably won't work. I don't know if they've submitted or they have an idea of what to put in the place of a bridge if the abutments stay there, but that's something that I don't think you people know, so I don't know how you can make a decision on that. Most importantly, it's going to delay everything. There are already plans in motion to connect the boardwalk to the bridge. If we go down this road, we have to go back to Environment and Parks, and I think you will have to go back and get all of that over again, all that approval and planning and all that. So it's going to delay work on connecting the boardwalks to the bridge. I say let's just move forward on removing this bridge. I walk past the bridge every day walking the dogs, and I'm startled at how many people I see standing on the bridge, taking a break, looking around, taking photos because it's a high point that lets them see the entire area. So I'll leave it at that. Let's just get over the bridge and move forward and keep going with the Maxwell the boardwalk rehabilitation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sasbatten, for your comments.
Thank you all.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak to minute with council today? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to minute with council today?
That are registered.
Nobody online? No? Okay. Okay, that brings us to delegations and presentations. We have one delegation today. Ms. Alice Bissett speaking on the Maxwell Lake Bridge.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Alice Paquette. I'm here to speak to you today about the Maxwell Lake Bridge Rehabilitation Project, something I've been passionate about for a number of years now, since it was removed in 2019 and replaced with the current structure. All right. Okay, so this picture is from August 2006, and this is right after the bridge was, the boardwalk was initially built by volunteers for a very reasonable price tag, spearheaded by a local biologist who worked at West Fraser and has since been a beloved community asset. And the connection of the volunteers to the place where they built this boardwalk makes it even more magical for the community. There are many precedents for volunteers working in wetlands, including the Clifford Ely Boardwalk, which is southwest of Edmonton, and they have surmounted all issues with liability and with the environment. All it takes is some time and dedication to get these things right. So as you can see, this picture is the same one on the magnets that I handed out. This next picture here is the current bridge structure. And I personally have my doubts as to whether this structure is going to make it into any brochures or magnets for the community, but I could be wrong about that. I want to be clear to council today. I am advocating that you consider the replacement option for the bridge. Consider it. It may be the cheapest option and it may be the best for the community. It is worth considering. As of yet, council and administration have yet to take a serious look at what that would cost and what that would look like. Everything up to now is just speculation, including my own numbers. So this is just the proposed ramps that I've sort of drawn on in an image processing tool, but the lengths are pretty accurate. It's 9 meters on either side, and essentially you're going to be doubling the length of the current structure and the rails. It's an eyesore in my opinion, and in the opinion of some other citizens, and you're going to be doubling the size of the structure, not even including the ramp, not even including the boardwalk builds that's proposed in today's agenda. This is just the ramps. The other concern I have with the ramps is we talk a lot about liability. This is a 6% grade, and the boardwalk gets super slippery in the winter. And I think that these ramps will pose to be a massive slippery hazard in winters like the one we just had. Again, just my opinion. So I'm gonna quickly review that the council's decision in the previous year regarding this bridge, and the council was clear in April that the bridge rehabilitation project not exceed $251,000, which was carried unanimously. And the other decision I'd like to review was on August 24th, that council proceed with option 3, which was to build approaches to the north, the south, and the west. So restore connectivity on the entire area at an estimated cost of $161,000. We can see today that the cost has really ballooned to $400,000. And now we're not dealing with a structure that's just a structure that's twice the size, but a cost that's twice the size. You're going to bring us to $800,000 for this bridge all said and done, which in my opinion is far too high. So just so we're clear what we're talking about, here's a small map with the north connection, the current bridge, the south connection, and the section to the west to the outdoor classroom. This is the proposed structure, kind of superimposed. I mean, we have this as well in the agenda package, done better than what I've done, obviously. But this is the current design as it stands. And the footprint has increased in a couple of places. This dog leg here, this increases the footprint by quite a bit. And then this ramp here, this actually, if you go back to the old slide, this is kind of a curvy path here. We're gonna have to go straight out and then over. So you're increasing the footprint of this entire ramp over here. So that is impact on the wetland. As for, so I would like you to consider replacing the bridge, which my suggestion would be to first remove it and then to have volunteers come back to this project, because it was always a volunteer project and the community is really passionate. There's tons of volunteers that want to participate, and we have an opportunity here to enhance the wetland, to make it by removing the gravel paths that currently go up to the bridge and replacing them with a simple boardwalk. So this cost for option 4 was given to council in August of 2021, and it was roughly $52,000 just for removal of the bridge, and the $1,000 per meter cost of boardwalk is from the current project that is currently being rolled out for maintenance on the boardwalk. This is a rough estimate, but I think it's probably a lot closer to what's reasonable for the community to spend. So there's even a chance we'll have leftover dollars if we go this route. Like I said, don't know yet, but it's worth considering. If you do have dollars left over from this amount, you could fix this section that goes from the bridge west to the outdoor classroom. This is about 100 meters roughly, and that would be another $100,000 given our current fee structure with the boardwalk. And that would bring us to the $250,000 that is budgeted by council in April for this project. We get more for less. First, before we go on, the point of this grant was always connectivity. So the more connectivity we can bring to this area using this money, the more in line with the grant we are, the better for the community it is. I just want to remind everyone that this place is really about the wildlife, about people's connection with the wildlife. Really concerned that these overbuilt structures are going to move us in a direction more towards overdeveloping the area. Really, really concerned about the future of this wetland, given the structure as it is, in terms of future generations for Hinton. We love this natural area and want to keep it as natural as possible. You guys have, as councillors, a chance here to do it right. It's worth taking the time to do it right. Maybe it takes a year or two. That's okay. The community is willing to wait to have this done correctly so that future generations can enjoy this area. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. McCann. Appreciate it. Council, any comments or questions? All right. Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alice, thanks for your presentation. I appreciate your passion for this, and this has been a long-standing issue, so I understand it makes sense that there's attention to something that hasn't went overly well. My one question is just the group or the society that you said that is just outside of Edmonton, that is a not-for-profit that looks, do you have the name again of?
I know that work is done by volunteers at the Clifford E. Lee Boardwalk. I would have to. Clifford E. Lee.
Okay, thanks for
And
that.
if you want examples, I can give you a whole slew of examples of small groups in Alberta that do these kinds of small conservation projects. This is not unprecedented.
Yeah, if you have anything that you could forward
Okay.
to me, I think there's a few elements here, if I may, Mr. Chair, to look at even outside of removing the bridge. Conceptually, municipalities spend a lot of money on these projects, and if we look at HIMBA and we look at the Disc Golf Society, they have societies in place that could do work with volunteers. Perhaps the boardwalk in the future has a form of a society with an MOU with the town to do some of the maintenance that's approved through the town. So I think there's an opportunity because these price tags are huge. And if there are people in our community that want to focus on this, I think as a council, as a town of Hinton, we should be looking at the lowest cost options in order. And whatever that structure is that we do with other amenities in our community, I think could be applied here. So I do appreciate some of your focus being on that because I share that same concern. These are hefty prices connected to this. So again, thanks for your presentation.
Mayor Michaels, Councilor Taylor.
Yeah, I too appreciate your enthusiasm. Cheaper, simpler, and more environmentally friendly. I guess my comment would be, I like with a lot of the other things we have going on in this town, give it to a group of volunteers to take over. My sense would be that volunteers would be a little reluctant to, as a group, to take it over until we can get the whole boardwalk up to a certain standard, and then at that point, it might be a project that a group of people might want to take it over.
I think Stuart.
That's okay.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Thank you for your question. I truly believe that there are still a lot of volunteers that are willing. There's the Whiskey Jump Club that I'm a member of. I know there are people who would love to get back at the boardwalk and participate again. We haven't been able to for quite some time. Sorry, can you have
Well,
the second part of your question?
It's really just kind of a comment, or you could comment on, and that's that I think that a volunteer group wouldn't take it over until we can get it to a certain state that it's at a good enough level, rather than take it over when there's still a lot of repairs and stuff to do. It'd be easier to hand it over to somebody once we get it to that level of maintenance, right?
Yes, I absolutely agree for the boardwalk as a whole, in the area as a whole, that would be ideal in the future, and we're not there yet. But for the bridge Maxwell Lake rehabilitation project, there is an opportunity to have, say, a contractor do the removal and then to have a hiatus in between during the summer where we can get in there and with volunteers, we can remove a lot of the gravel and the creosote just using wheelbarrows and just regular everyday shovels and stuff like that. And obviously we would have to go through AEP, but my understanding is now that we have the maintenance application in, even the bridge itself was just a simple amendment to the application, which doesn't take nearly the amount of time that a first off application does. So it's possible that you could remove the bridge even this winter, work in the summer with volunteers to restore the wetland, and then next winter build a simple boardwalk structure. I don't see any reason that couldn't happen.
Thanks.
You, Councilor Taylor. Councilor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alice, thank you so much. I know for years you have been passionate on this. You have. Here's my question. If a group is coming to council and they want council to consider something, they rally support. We may have 50, 100 people coming in for that one meeting. What support do you have in numbers, do you think?
Currently, I haven't had an opportunity to go out and rally support. This is something that I'm passionate about. I dedicate a lot of my personal time to it, and there's only so much time in the day. If that's something you're interested in, I could happily put together a petition within the next couple of weeks or something along those lines. But the support is out there, I do believe, and I can certainly try to foster it if that's something that council would be interested in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Reese. Council? Okay, seeing no one further, thank you again, Mr. Jett, for coming to speak to us today. Appreciate it. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, council, that's brings us to boards and committees of council, of which we have none reporting today. So moving on to old business. Old business 5.1, alternatives for log benches and structures, MD 1686. Over to CEO Hamlet.
Thank you, sir. And we're on page 12 of your committee of the whole agenda package. This is the alternatives for log benches and structures throughout the town of Hinton. And I'm actually going to turn this over to Mr. Van Claveren, and he's going to take us through this package with those alternatives. Thank you, Hans.
Thank you, Interim CEO Hanlon, and through to the chair, to the rest of council. So in front of you, you see a report that was crafted in, let's say, request from council already earlier, and I will bring it up myself. To talk to the report, I have not requested to be done by Zoom link, because I know you see the report, of course, yourself. The most important thing is that council was requesting basically to see alternatives for log benches and structures to come to them already quite some time ago. In the meantime, discussions, of course, within administration have been what are log benches and the structures. So you see that split out in the report in 4 categories, basically. All categories have been addressed in this report, the log benches being the most important one. With our new document that basically is called the Minimum Development Landscaping Design and Servicing Standards, based on the work after the engineering design standards within development services, talks to those benches for developers if there's new development being done by, let's say, bigger areas in town. These are the benches.
Can you speak up? Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you sometimes.
No problem. These are the benches that are replacing or basically have to be placed by developers. The new urban bench, this bench will be also replacing log benches throughout town where you see them right now if they are at the end of their lifetime. There are other log benches that will remain in place. Those are log benches in the natural areas where we placed ourselves as town administration. That's maintenance and the parks department. Those are, let's say, situated along the Beaver Boardwalk. There are benches over there that you can see that are memorial benches. Those have just a lifetime for the memorial bench that has been placed there with the program that's done by maintenance. And when those benches are at the end of their lifetime, they are not replaced either. The next item in this report is the Wayfinding Signs. It's a big program that has been in place for a number of years. Those big wayfinding signs are part of that minimum design standards as well for new development, if they are applicable for new development areas. Basically pointing people to parks or certain areas that are in that development area. The log basically theme is chosen, let's say, with a certain conviction at that time. That stays in place as well. Maintenance is maintaining those logs in those wayfinding signs, and they are of a little bit higher grade, most of them installed. So they will be in place, and they are part of that, let's say, descriptive standards for new development. Then there is the log features. So features are basically logs that are used in open spaces outside, where you see them as flag posts or interpretive signs, or maybe decorative arches and structures. Those have a life cycle as well, and the alternatives that are already considered and being done within the means that we have as administration is, for instance, the flag posts being replaced by aluminum, longer lasting flag posts that you see, for instance, at Jesse Turgeon Park. The last category in there are the logs on buildings, so where they are decorative or sometimes part of the structure. They are replaced or taken away if they are unsafe, of course, and alternatives have been worked out on a case-by-case basis, and they will be part of the infrastructure services, the maintenance department as well. So when there's anytime certain projects coming forward to council for consideration, either capital or really changing the programs, they will come to council at that moment. So the bottom line for this report is basically that there's no action or recommended action for council. It's an information report that gives a status quo of what's happening at the moment. And there are maybe certain directions that council would love to take, but administration at this moment says to postpone that to the future case-by-case moments, that those requests will come forward from administration or as direction by council. So at this moment, the recommended action is to take this report for information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Don Clavern. Councilor, are there any comments or questions? Councilor Taylor?
I think that the log signs that we have and the log structures in front of the library and whatnot look really nice. And I think that's well worth keeping. My question with this is that are these the design standards for our own internal use and how we're going to do things? This is not design standards we're going to apply to a developer if he puts a development or something, is it?
Thank you, Chair. If I can answer that to Councillor Taylor and the rest of council. So there are no descriptive, let's say, standards for developers. We had them, of course, in the past when we had the corridor of the highway. There was some, let's say, invitation to developers and storefront renovations, but those are not in place anymore. So there's no prescriptive usage, but there's, of course, always the encouragement to still have some kind of log theme or rock theme that we had in the past.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor Haas and then Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Van Claveren. I guess my question is, how soon into the near future are we going to be seeing? Because, I mean, we've had this discussion since, I think it was on the books for 2018 to do some replacing of, and there's quite a few benches that are not, have either been removed or in kind of disrepair. I don't share Councillor Taylor's sentiment. I believe if I recall, all of the structural logs at the library have been removed due to again being in disrepair. So I guess how long are we going to, or when are we going to see a capital project to start and to rectify some of these things?
Thank you, Chair, again, and through to the council. So if I can split it up between the benches. So at the moment, benches that are deteriorated and have to be replaced are being replaced or taken away. So you will see that slowly happening. We have the ability, of course, to replace some of those benches still with from other locations, and there are some log benches still in the yard, so to speak. And then the other item is the logs on the library, for example. Those are really, like you said, project-based. There has been, by maintenance, of course, taken a look at the last 2 years. They were not successful by even getting quotations or get the work tendered out. It's very specific work that has been, let's say, on the back burner, not prioritized. But as soon as there's the ability, it will come to council if this is a capital project. At the moment, it's decorative, so it's not structural, so there's no need to do it straight away. But if it will come, it might take a little bit for a project to come forward from the maintenance department. Thank you.
Thank you. So replacing of the benches, are we replacing them with something, a different structure, or is it going to be with log benches again?
So the replacement of thanks again, the log benches will be by the urban style. We basically follow the directions that we've now adopted in the landscaping design standards. So there will be benches that will be over time replaced at the end of the life cycle with these urban style, and it's the same style that you now see in front of the guild. Are those benches that you will see slowly, let's say, over town popping up.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ross, Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for answering that last question. That was part of my question. Do we have any money allocated in our 2022 budget for any of these urban benches, or that will come in 2023 and beyond?
Thank you for that question, and through to the chair to this. So the money that's now for replacement of those benches is operational money out of maintenance. So it's part of the operational, so it's already in the budget. It does mean that this only replaces 2 to 3 benches per year. At the moment, we see maybe an annual of 3 to 5 being replaced. The urban new style are more expensive. They last, of course, way longer. So it's about 2 or 3 benches, maybe max per year, that will be replaced, and it's part of the maintenance approved budget already.
May I follow up, Mr. Chair? What is the lifespan of the old benches, the big log benches? What's the lifespan generally?
Thank you for that question. The maximum lifespan is basically 12 to 15 years. Some are replaced earlier, and in certain areas it can be a little bit longer.
Thank you. If I may give a comment to council, for me, I'm okay dealing with this another day, perhaps, but doing the math, we're actually paying 2.5 times more per lifespan. If we get a minimum of 25 years, but we get 12 to 15 years for 20% of the cost, that's something for council to consider. I didn't think the math was that bad in a sense, but I'm with Councillor Taylor. I kind of like the old benches, but I thought the cost for the lifespan was actually reversed, that it would be like 5-6 times worse. But actually, if we're paying twice as much for these new urban styles, that becomes a question for council. What do we want to be the look of our community? And it's actually cost positive to keep the old benches. So I'm okay. Like I said, we have a list of priorities for our council. This may not be one for me right now, but something to consider, that moving this way actually costs more money. Thank you.
Mayor Michaels, we have Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ross, and Councillor Laberge. Councillor Taylor.
I'll just say it, but I'm getting the feeling that I'm kind of digging in the weeds here. Like the administration is looking after this bench program. It looks like it's going for the most part okay. I'm not sure even why this is a topic that we're talking about, but that's my comment.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ross.
Yeah, thank you. I guess two comments. I think personally, I think it's the conversation to Councillor Taylor, because it was a conversation in the past to pick these, and I think it's, you know, I mean, it was a specific, you know, so I think it's important that we have that conversation at this point, because I don't feel the same as Mayor Michaels, because even though the cost may be less, the specialization of these also is what's been delaying a lot of this as well. And I guess look at Mr. Van Claveren for confirmation of that, but my understanding is because it's logs, there are very few people that deal in these logs, that then delays the either repairing of or rebuilding of. And what I see in front of me, and I'm hoping, and this is, I guess, where my question is, these urban style benches, is this an internal thing that we can build, or are these things we are buying? Because personally, I look at them and I look at that we probably have welders and people in our community that I've seen for quite craftsmen that could build it. But is this something, because I see that it's 5 times the cost to buy them, but are we building them internally or within Hinton?
Thank you, Chair, and through to the Chair, to Councillor Haas, and for this question, and to the rest of Council. So the benches are basically, let's say, off the shelf. You could say it's a bench specifically manufactured by professional industry standards. So it's not a welded bench in town. Of course, that's possible, but then you're talking about, let's say, another type of program. So this is the bench that we tell our developers to get, and that will be in, let's say, existence for a long period of time. That's how that industry works. The log benches, and if you could do a cost comparison, it's, let's say, very volatile, of course, the market for, let's say, manufacturing and especially the specialized items. So we see the log benches already creeping up in the price tag pretty significant. And Councillor Haas is correct. The work is very specific. Not a lot of suppliers to do the work, especially on the features like the library. So that does delay, and any more delay will see the price tag, especially on those type of specifics, go higher up in the future years. Thank you.
Councillor House? Yep. Councillor LeBerge and then Councillor Reese.
Really quickly, and when I read the report and like the logs or hate the logs, they were a look. They were a thing that was done and it tied everything together. Is there a design standard that you're working to now? I mean, when I read the report, it says maybe when those logs deteriorate, we could put aluminum cap on it. So is there any sort of a design specification generally that the town would use to replace the logs?
Thank you, and through the chair to Councillor LeBerge. So when we talk about the structure logs and the possibility to maintain their lifetime a little bit longer with capping them or even cladding them, that's basically to maintain the integrity of the logs that we have, or the soft wood that we use perhaps in the future when it happens. So the quality of the certain log features can be higher with using specific types of wood, which are of course more expensive. But capping them, you see that in other places as well, where capping of logs, and we have some of them in town as well, preserves the lifetime of those logs that we have at the moment longer. Yeah, that's basically the answer over there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good, Councillor LeBerge. Okay. ICO Hammond, was that directly related to Councillor LeBerge's question? Okay. Councillor Reese and then ICO Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm struggling. I cannot find a specific price anywhere. So if the urban bench is 5 times the cost of a log bench, how much is a log bench?
Thank you. And on that question, the last update that I have now on the log bench is $675-ish, in that range. They were under, let's say, significantly under that amount in the future past years, but they've come up significantly. So the price tag of the log benches are catching up with the urban style benches pretty fast in the last 2 years.
So, may I? So an urban bench would cost us around $3,500. Would that be correct? In around there?
At the moment, they are not 3,500, they are less. So the price difference of 5 times has already been catched up, basically. So they're between 1,500 and $2,000.
Okay. Right now. Thank you.
Councillor Reese, ICO Hammond.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to all of council. I do want to thank Parks and Rec for kind of taking this and bringing it back to council from 2018. They have worked to update the minimum development landscaping design and servicing standards, and this is what is currently proposed. I think just for the clarification with council, this is an item that will go forward with infrastructure services in the future. So infrastructure services will be the ones that are responsible for procurement, for securing and replacing these over time. So it will transition from Hans's department over to infrastructure services. And we can certainly take a look at options around the procurement of these, and even the possibility of local sourcing of these, because they are of a value, as we just heard from Hans, that, you know, we have some greater capacity around procurement, and but that will be in the infrastructure services area. Thank you.
ICO Hammond. Council. Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that committee accept the alternatives for log benches and structures report for information. If I may speak to that, Mr. Chair. Seeing the report, the math didn't work out. Hearing that through this presentation, the math is actually 40% lower, so it's about even. Now it comes down to the will of wanting the old style, because if it's only 3 times the cost and the log benches are going to be more, then I have less of an issue. At 5 times per cost, but less than 2 times lifespan, then there's a real financial impact here. So I'm okay moving forward the way it is. And if there's an appetite in the future to deal with the branding or what we would like to see from a community perspective, including the 11,000 we lose in revenue for advertising that could be implemented on the new benches if we want, then we can focus on that. But after hearing administration, I think there's less urgency, at least from my perspective, to change the course of action. Thank you.
Everybody else, that's all we have. A direction request. Would like to speak to it or comment? Okay, seeing no one, if we could see the direction request, please. Direction request from Mayor Michaels that committee accept the alternatives for log benches and structures report for information. Council, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Is there anything further for alternatives for log benches and structures before we move on? Seeing nothing, we will move to options for duplicated boardwalk and trail sections, MV 2178. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we're on page 19 of your agenda package, and this is a follow-up on a previous council motion. It is in regards to the Beaver Boardwalk and dates to the February 2nd, 2021 meeting of council. And with this, I'm going to ask again, Mr. Van Claveren to take us through this item. Hans, thank you.
Thank you, ICO Hanlon, and through to the chair, to the rest of council. So this report is in front of you, as the CEO mentioned, to answer the question of the request from council, bring back a report about the duplication sections of the boardwalk and trail sections. So we did wait with this report, of course, until the new Beaver Boardwalk Oversight Committee was formed and had their chance to take a look at this, because that was part of the indication from council to do that. So in front of you, you see the report that comes down to take this for information as the recommended action. The reason for that is when we take this through a analytics, basically again, for what are we talking about when we say duplicated sections? The report shows the certain areas that you can see in the diagrams or in the maps. But first of all, it starts with categories. And I did that basically to show that sections are currently open and could stay open. They are currently open, but you can close them, of course, or vice versa. When they're closed, keep them closed and remove them, or open them up. In that discussion, it's easier to take it as a look through the areas, because determining what is duplicated sections, and when we did that with the Beaver Boardwalk Oversight Committee as well, the conclusion was that for the Beaver Boardwalk Oversight Committee, at that moment, there were no duplicated sections. All sections were equally important, important to maintain as a, let's say, enjoyment and experience, all in their own unique right, and no sections to be duplicated. But the report shows in the maps overviews that were used also in the survey that was done 2 years ago, when the discussion about the Beaver Boardwalk and the rehabilitation came to council. And they did that as a Beaver Boardwalk committee. We did place some, let's say, opportunities to say this is a duplicated section, and what is the recommendation of what's happening with those sections at this moment. So detail 1, for instance, the conclusion you see that underneath is that there's basically no recommendation on that section to be duplicated, and the group, the Beaver Boardwalk Oversight Committee, did determine that as well. Detail number 2, 3, and all the way down to the report conclude all the same, that at this moment there are no duplications. They all have their own setting. Yes, there will be, let's say, reports coming forward for council to decide, of course, when there is rehabilitation or maintenance happening on those certain sections. But at this moment, this report is again an overview, and the recommendation is to take this for information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Van Claveren. Council, comments, questions? Councilor Laberge?
On detail 2, Hans, it talks about the red X section at the east end of Thompson Lake. And it said it'll be prioritized based on capacity, workload, and approved operating budget. So you'll bring in an item saying it's time to take that out of there, or is anything budgeted? Do we have any capacity to deal with that east end of the lake there at all?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to answer this through to Councillor Laberge. So no, at this moment, there is no planning on taking it out. We discussed our current plan with the Beaver Boardwalk Oversight Committee as part of their, let's say, key deliverables and mandate to see what we are planning for this year in our maintenance budget. It's not a priority to take this out. It's a section that's really underwater and cannot be utilized and has no, let's say, replacement plan for there. So we'll take it year by year, and the Beaver Boardwalk Oversight Committee could maybe, let's say, ask us to prioritize it if we still don't put it on the, let's say, high on our list as our capacity in the maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council? Sir Taylor?
So that would mean that the $60,000 maintenance budget per year, I think you have, that if that was all spent, this would be one of the lower priorities. But if there was extra room in the $60,000 budget, this would be taken out.
And thank you through to Mr. Taylor. So no, it's not on the priority list for the $60,000 for this coming year. There's other sections that are determined to be more priority. If there would be room and possibility, we would, but most likely not this year. It's not been earmarked as a priority, and the committee also did not push this forward to be a priority taken out.
Okay, thanks.
Nichols?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up, what is the cost to remove this if that were to be the will?
Thank you, and through to this answer, not a specific cost. If it would be sourced out to a contractor, of course, we have to, let's say, tender it and ask for a contractor to give a price quote. Let's say the anticipation is it would be less than $10,000 to just, let's say, remove it, rip it out. The tipping cost will be there, of course. That might be significant when it's going to be disposed of. But at this moment, we did not have tendered it out as part of work. We will do that in the future when it rises to more to the top of our priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Councillor Haas?
Yeah, in regards, just another question about that area. Knowing in the past how much, AEP approvals take, because I'm just making an assumption here, but being as how it is underwater in the wetlands, that we would need some AEP approval to go in there and remove it. And maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm not wrong, are we looking at moving forward to at least get the approval so that when the time comes that we want to remove it, we have that in place, or is that something that has to wait till a later date?
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and for this answer to Councillor Haas and the rest of Council. So our current AEP approval that runs to 2034 includes the removal of boardwalk sections. So we don't need another approval process for this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Just before we move on, I have a clarifying question for that, if I may. Mr. Van Claveren, at the last Beaver Boardwalk Community Oversight Committee meeting, a similar question was asked about removing sections and then replacing them later date. And it was communicated to the committee that basically to fall under the current AEP approval of maintenance, that section would have to be removed and basically immediately replaced. It can't be replaced at some point in the future down the road. Is that correct?
Thank you for that clarification question. Yes, that's correct. When it's gone, it's gone. Then you need a new approval to build something else in place if it's time in between.
Okay, thank you. Go to Councillor Taylor.
My understanding was the way the boardwalk was built was the boardwalk was built on top of the footings and they weren't actually screwed into the footings. Is that correct?
Mr. Von Clouder.
Because if that's the case, wouldn't the boardwalk just be flopping away on the water? Or do I not understand the way it was built maybe?
Thank you, Chair, again, and through to this question from Mr. Taylor. So, no, the pilings are connected to the sleepers,
Okay,
basically the cross beams, and the cross beams are connected to the deck. So they are connected to each other. They're not floating on top.
Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that committee accept the option for duplicated boardwalk and trail section report for information.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Council, comments or questions? Mr. Hawes?
I'll speak in favor of this, and I just want to, both, I know the work that's been put into this, both by administration, and then having now the Beaver Boardwalk Oversight Committee to take a look at this, and, you know, I really appreciate that work that's done, and we have a better look now on the future moving forward in this area, so I just want to thank, you know, both parties for that, so thanks.
Thank you for that. I have myself next. I'm speaking in favor of accepting this for now. But that comes with the understanding that there's very likely going to be some very difficult conversations that the Beaver Boardwalk Community Oversight Committee and likely council are going to have about prioritizing sections and what gets open and what doesn't. There's currently several sections that are closed, several sections that need repair and replacement. So the exercise to prioritize that, make recommendations back to council that the committee is going to do is going to be challenging, because it comes with the understanding that we've got 2 tenders now behind us that show that repairing and replacing sections of boardwalk are quite expensive, and it's going to be a big undertaking and a multi-year project to undertake that. With also the understanding that those currently closed sections either have to be rebuilt so they can be opened. They can't be simply removed and then potentially reconstructed at a different date. So anyway, yeah, council, anything further before I call the question? Okay, seeing nothing. Let's see the proposed direction. That proposed direction was made, sorry, by Mayor Michaels up there. Mayor Michaels seeks direction that committee accept the options for duplicated boardwalk and trail sections report for information. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. Okay, is there anything further regarding the options for duplicated boardwalk and trail sections? Councilor Taylor?
No, that's a separate topic, sir.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing further, we will move on to 5.3, Maxwell Lake Ridge Rehabilitation MD 2310. ICO Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the members of the committee of the whole. We're on page 28 of your agenda package, and the author is with us, Ms. Daly Beckford, and Diana is going to take us through this. And I know and aware of the history on this item, and believe we have the administration here to answer any questions that may arise. And with that, I'll ask Diana to take us through the report.
Good evening. Thank you, Interim CEO Haglin, through the council, and sorry to the chair and through the council. This report is before council today just to give a update as to where we are with the project and to seek permission to take this report to the March 1st meeting. I know it says in the package for March 15th, but that report has to go back to council for March 1st due to the closing date for the tender. The contractor has 35 days to get a response from the town. So if we were to make a decision on this, it would have to be on the 1st and not the 15th. So just wanted to highlight that. So as I move into the report, council approved the motion to connect the north side west side and the south side of the Beaver Boardwalk. And if I may share my screen a little bit just to show you what we did for the tender. Are you seeing my screen? Are you seeing my screen? Yes.
No,
No, we're not.
Try that again.
I think Ms. Davy Campbell's working on it though.
Is it
Okay.
showing now?
Yep, now we
Yes.
see it.
Okay, so when we, so after council's direction, we went ahead and we applied to AEP. We got full approval from fisheries, from AEP. The next step we took was to go to tender for this project to understand cost. While going through the process to create the design and coming up with the Class D estimate, we realized that we needed to have some considerations for council because the numbers were coming out a little way higher than what council motion had intended. So what we did, we extended the boardwalk to the north side more than what council wanted, and also have deletable items in there. And when I say deletable items, I'm simply explaining that when you put deletable items in a contract, we have the opportunity to remove those items without any penalties. So we can plug and play with the contractor's numbers without having the contractor increasing the price on us. So this is why the tender, the original tender looks like that. We just wanted to understand what if we go to the north or the south or not put in the west side. That is why the tender was done like that. So with that being said, we realized that we would have to, I'm just going to show you here, option consideration number 3. So what we did, and I'm sorry, I'm just taking it from the, sorry. In your report, if you look at your report, consideration number 1, we can remove the extended portion, and we can also remove the portion on the west side. And this is just to give council a good understanding that we can take these areas off just to fit within the budget. So that's one option. Yes, these options come with its pros and cons. For example, if we were to stop the boardwalk here and not go all the way to the trail, then we would land on the gravel, and then we have those seasonal issues. Same thing with the seasonal issues on the south side. On the west side, we can also delay building the piece on the south side. And we looked at that because we know that this section here is underwater. So if we were to build the south side, west side right now, there would be nothing for it to be connected to. So this is just one option for council trying to fit within the, I know it doesn't fit within the 251, but it does fit within the available budget right now. So consideration number 2 is that we looked at this consideration to say, if we were to do one side only, we know we have to connect 3 sides. We need to do the south, the west, and the north. If we were to do just one side and get that side over and done with, then we can focus on doing the south side and the west side for future projects. The only problem with this one is that once you get on top of the bridge, you're simply going back on the steps and going down, which I know it's not, a lot of people would not be happy with that if I may just say that out loud, but it is finishing one area. The Beaver Boardwalk right now, it takes a lot of money to get all these areas completed. So if we were to just focus on one side and just get that done and then move on to the other section, that's an option. So option 3 would be, I know this one costs a little bit more than the monies we have available. So the option 3 would be completing one side fully, leave the west side for future connection, as I said before, due to the fact that this section here is underwater, and completing the south side. So with doing all of that, administration did have meetings with the Beaver Boardwalk Oversight Committee. We've gotten their feedbacks. All of that is in the report based on what they would like to see. They had a number of questions and we responded to their question just to come up with good scenarios for council to get this project moving forward. I will say right now, we were pretty lucky with the AEP's approval. This AEP looked at the project and kind of grouped the project with the work that is going on at the Beaver Boardwalk right now. And normally this process will take a year or probably a year and 4 months, and we got the approval already, so that's a good thing. The other thing to this is that we've applied for additional grant. After we were working on this project, we realized based on the monies that the Class C estimate was coming out at, we did apply for additional grant, which is $140,000. We've done everything to date to provide information to the granting body, and it looks pretty good so far. We're just waiting for them to approve it, which will then give us additional funds to do the extra work that we have. And I guess that's it, if you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Ms. Daly Beckford. So I have myself, I'm going to ask a two-part question, but they're both really quick. So the first part of the question, considering this isn't going to come back to council until March 15th at the earliest for decision, what's the likelihood that construction would even go ahead before late fall of 2022? And then the second part of that, because it's kind of associated and depending on how this moves forward, how long are the grant funds available for, including the grant we've already been awarded and the one that we've applied for?
Thank you, Councilor Sashik, through Council. The grant is valid for until December 30th, 2023. And the other part of the question is, if we were to not do this work right now, we'll still have the opportunity to do it in the fall of 2022. And the other part of the question in relation to the contractor, I'm assuming that's what you're asking, the contractor tender, we have to provide an information to the information to the contractor within 35 days. I believe it's March 8th. March 8th by midnight, we have to give an answer. If we don't do that, then we'll have to go back out to tender again.
Sorry, and what about the one we applied for that we don't know yet?
So I don't have a time frame for that as yet. We haven't been awarded that tender as yet.
Yeah, okay, I understand. I thought maybe we knew what the conditions for the time frame it had to be used in if we were awarded, but that's okay. That's fine. I see O'Hanlon, was that in response to this? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the members of the Committee of the Whole. Just to clarify, the intent of administration would be to bring this to council next Tuesday, March 1st, in order to possibly seek an award of the current tender. If we were not able to bring it till the 15th, which is still a possibility, we would have to reissue the tender on this, and I believe that could just be confirmed by Diana.
That is correct.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. The only reason I said March 15th, it's in the recommended action that it's coming to regular on March 15th. So,
Thank you.
so that's March 1st though, is it men's attempt?
If I could, sir, through you, that would be administration's intent in order to stay with the current tender numbers. And if not, we could just simply retender.
Okay, I had Councillor Taylor, but I thought I saw some other hands. Okay, Councillor Haas. Okay, Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Haas.
My first question doesn't count because it's really a clarification of your question because you didn't really get the answer I think you asked for. So I'm just going to try to seek that for you if you don't mind. I believe Councillor Ostashik's question really was, what's the chance if we have to wait till March 1st or March 15th for this approval that it's going to actually get done this winter? Because I mean, gee whiz, I start my summer hiking in the end of March, so there's not a lot of ice around by then. Does this have to be done on this ice, in which case it's not going to get done?
So, thank you, Councillor Drew. So, thank you, Councillor Ostashik. If we were to start, and it's weather dependent. Right now, we know last week it was like +8. This week it's -20, -27. It's all weather dependent. What I will say to that, if we award, there are certain things that we could get done. If there's not enough ice, like for example, the Creosote Tie old bridge that is there under the existing bridge, we are mandated by AEP to take that out. And we cannot take that out once the ground is frozen. We tried a couple times before and that didn't work out. So there are a couple of things we can do. And to answer your question, if weather doesn't permit us to start building the boardwalk, we would just have to put it off until the fall of this year. But there are certain things we can surely get done.
Councillor Taylor.
Oh, can I ask my real question now?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I'm just trying to help you here.
I appreciate
No,
it.
I help you. I'm working with you. Locals didn't seem to bid on this project. In fact, the only bidder we got was a last-minute bidder just before the deadline, and magically he managed to put a bid in that was close to the Class C estimate. And I think the reason why locals don't put bids on is that they don't use this APC system that we've got, because we don't put out enough things for them to bid, so they don't regularly follow it. I guess my question is, if we were to retender the work and make it more available for locals, which is more my preference, can we actually approach the locals and see if they're interested in? Because the ones I talked to seem to be interested in this. Is there anything stopping them, or do they have to go through the official ACP process, or what?
Okay, I'm gonna go to ICL now.
Thank you, sir. Through you to Councillor Taylor. Anything over $200,000 in construction value, it must go to Alberta Purchasing Connection. It must be tendered. There isn't anything that precludes the town from making local contractors aware that it's on APC. So we can draw it to their attention, but they still have to move through the APC process and through the APC site. But there's nothing that disallows us from letting locals know that it is available and that they can see it on APC and participate in the tender.
And what was that cutoff, Mark, 200,000?
It's $200,000 for construction value.
Sorry, did you have a follow-up? I'm gonna go to Ms. Daly Beckford first,
Please.
though, so she can respond.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik. I would like to also add that the tender wasn't only posted on APC, it was also posted on the Town of Hinton's website, and no locals bid on the project.
Yeah, thank you. I saw that too.
Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Taylor?
I have a potential motion, but I'll wait till everybody speaks.
I'll go to Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my understanding is with option one, which is within close to the budget, granted it wouldn't be year round because of the underwater part there, but is there potential, I mean, for future projects, of course, I would think that we could add a boardwalk that would then create it more year round, I guess is my question is if we were successful to get this extra grant, at least to get the started on this project. Is that correct? On the, would be on the north side.
Could you repeat the question, Councilor?
So I'm just,
Sorry?
I'm trying to figure out how to go forward, but I mean, there's nothing stopping us from building a boardwalk onto the boardwalk in the future to make it year round so that we're not underwater in that gravel area. That's correct, right? Like, okay. And I'm just curious, one of the quick questions, why is it so difficult? And I'm just asking, for the west end there, the boardwalk goes up to that platform there. Is there not a way of just connecting it to the platform without having to do the dog leg around it? Like, isn't there, I mean, we're trying to get rid of the steps, I realize that, but is there a simpler way that we could connect the west end to that platform? Or
Thank you, Councillor Haas, through the council. So right now, the west end, the original west end boardwalk falls almost underneath the bridge. So in order for us to make that connection, we had to redesign it so that it's not falling into the abutment. It connects to the ramp itself. So that's why it looks like that.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'd like to put a motion that we direct administration to re-tender the project and consider local contractors.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Speak to it.
I do. Should I wait till it's written first?
Yeah, sure.
I can speak.
Yeah, we can wait until it's captured and then you can have a look at it and make sure that's what your intention.
I'm getting old. I don't like to do two things at once. That's why. Well, the word was direct committee to re-tender the project and to consider local contractors. We have to use the APC process, of course, but we can maybe make an extra effort for the locals. Yeah, I'll speak to that. You know, when I think about the cost of what we're doing, potentially spending $270,000 to $399,000 to build ramps and associated boardwalks for this project. For this amount of money, we could hire 2 to 3 people full-time for a year, still have $70,000 to $90,000 left over for supplies. And I think maybe when we started this Beaver Boardwalk rehabilitation, we were thinking that we could get it all done this winter. I don't think that a substantial portion of that's going to be done this winter. This gives us breathing room to look at getting some of these locals that look like they were left out. And I talked to a few and they just don't use the APC and they don't look at our website. So I think if we put it back, re-tender, we could save a significant portion of money. I think all we got was one bid at the last moment from an out-of-town contractor that seems to match the Class C estimate of the engineering cost. And yeah, I think I'd like to see an option that follows the April 27th, 2021 direction from council for under $251,000. And I believe we could do that by taking advantage of this breather. I mean, they're taking advantage of this breather, considering local contractors and taking advantage of the extra time that we have. And that I think we can get the cost down by considering local contractors. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. So before I go to everyone else, I think we should maybe have a look at that proposed direction again. I'm not sure it was quite accurately captured to what Councillor Taylor's intention was.
Yeah, that council direct administration to retender the project and to consider local contractors.
Could you please repeat it for me?
That council direct administration to retender the project and consider local contractors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I had a few people, ICO Hanlon, did you want to speak to Councillor Taylor's proposed motion?
I know, you covered it, sir, thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Haas and then Mayor Michaels.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no problem with local contractors, but as we've already heard, they didn't apply, and it's no different than anybody else. They had every opportunity to apply like anybody else. And if they're not looking at the APC and they're not looking at the website, then what are they looking at? What are they, I mean, I'm sorry, but they had their opportunity. I don't want to delay this project any further. So I don't think delaying it they had their opportunity and they missed out on it. I'm sorry, but I struggle with that. And I think we've had this conversation in the past with other projects that I don't believe we can, from what I understand, favor local contractors. We have to look at everybody. And I just feel that delaying this even further, it doesn't benefit the town whatsoever. I think we need to move forward on this project. So unless, I'm here for the rest of the council, but I can't be in favor of this at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. I have Mayor Michaels, Councillor Laberge, and then myself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way it's worded, I won't support it. I'm open to supporting retendering because we only got one. Ideally, our procurement policy says to get three, but we can go with one if we just want one. But we shouldn't speak to local contractors at all. It's against the law. Like we have a provincial, Western Canada, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, British Columbia, and Alberta have an agreement in place that we cannot favor local contractors for bids over 200,000. So to me, we should take away that local part. And if we want to retender it, because we only got one bid, absolutely. But this local stuff is beyond municipal. This is provincial, a law that mandates us to have no preference or we can be sued as municipality. So to me, the local component over 200, let's communicate. And I think we made it clear to our administration that we could let them know, and it should be on our town of Facebook page. I don't know if it was. It should be as much as possible. But the local component, I urge council to bids over 200 to not connect local connection to it because it's outside of our purview. So the way it's worded, I can't support it. If it's removed the local component and we just want to retender it, I could entertain that after I listen to council and kind of see how it would impact the delay and how fast we want to move forward. Thank you.
I could make that change, by the way.
You, Mayor Michaels. Do you want to propose an amendment, Mayor Michaels?
Yeah, if I may, if I can make a friendly amendment to remove the last part of the local component part.
You could.
So it would basically just stop at retendering the project. Is that correct?
Correct. If Councillor Taylor is okay with that.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with that. It wasn't my intention to give local contractors any sort of price preferential or extra preference. It was just to make sure that they knew about the project because they don't follow the APC site all the time. That's all. I don't believe that's illegal. But I'm happy with the change.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So you're good then, Mayor Michaels?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Michaels. I'll go to Councillor Laberge.
Well, and I do like it better the way that it's written right now. And I guess from my perspective, it's not so much, to hell with the contractors because they didn't get on board in time. But when I take a look at these numbers, it's stunning what they're talking about for building a freaking deck. These numbers to me are the reason to go, okay, maybe step back, take a breath. And I think it should be a normal course of our business to contact our local developers and say, we have a project, you have to go to the site. We'd love to see you participate. And you know what, if we can save 50 or 100 grand and get in under the budget, that's what I'd like to see happen.
Thank you, Councillor Bear. I had myself, just a question for administration to help inform the discussion so I can make a decision on the proposed motion. So the previous boardwalk replacement project was approximately about 300 meters of boardwalk, I believe. And it was bid at around $300,000, which is around $1,000 per lineal meter of boardwalk. This one, my math's really rough, because I was kind of roughing measurements, but this one to me comes in, and it looks like at about over $4,000 per lineal meter. And I understand that the boardwalk structure is wider and it requires more materials, more infrastructure, but it also doesn't require removal of existing boardwalk and pile. So I'm wondering if administration can speak, if they know, if there's any particular reason why this one would come in roughly 4 times higher than the similar project that was bid roughly a year ago.
Thank you, Councillor Ostashik, through to Council. So the previous project didn't require us building the boardwalk up to the bridge. That was gravel, which we.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. I'm talking about the other project that the intention was that it would be happening right now, actually, to replace a bunch of sections of deteriorated boardwalk. That it required removal of existing boardwalk, removal of existing piles, installation of screw piles, and then replacement or reconstruction of the boardwalk decking. That was tendered at about 300,000, I believe, and it was about 300 lineal meters of boardwalk reconstruction, if I remember correctly. So I'm just wondering if there's a reason why that one would have shook out at around $1,000 per lineal meter, and this one appears to be over $4,000 per lineal meter.
I can't, thank you, Councillor Stashik, through to Council. So I'm not sure who was a designer on that project, but right now I know that the screw piles are designed. And this is being done based on pedestrian access bridge. The engineer evaluated and came up with the design based on industry standards. I'm not sure who was the designer for that other project, but this is what they came up with based on the engineering specs.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it at that for now. I'm going to go to Councillor Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 quick questions. So if we were to stop now and re-tender, how long would that delay the process?
Administration.
Thank you, Councillor Reese, through to Council. So if we were to not award this project and go back to tender, the contractor would have to prepare new tender documents. Not that they'll have to change a lot, and that would probably take a week, depending on their workload. And then the tender process is another 2 weeks. So in essence, another 3 weeks.
One more quick question, and this is to Councillor LaBerge. Did I hear you right when you said if it was a local, we could maybe save 100,000, 50,000?
No, pulling numbers completely, if there's a cost savings was my point, that for me, it comes down to the numbers. And it seems it's incumbent upon us to try and find some other options.
Okay, thank you.
Council, I have no one else in queue. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'd just like to sort of stress the point that I frankly don't think this will delay the significant portion of the work at all, because a lot of this has to be done when it's frozen. It's not gonna be done until after March or after March 1st or after March 15th. It's not gonna be frozen. It's gonna have to substantially be done next year. That's what I'm saying. We have a breather here that we can retender and see if we can get these costs down. I think what we see here is what I see when I look at this. Some person that came last minute gave a price quickly, and the price reflects that. If we take advantage of a breather, we maybe can save a significant chunk of money. Most of the work, yeah, we could do some work this winter, like was said, but the significant portion of the work, I don't think is gonna get done till next year.
Councillor Taylor, or sorry, Councillor Reese, Councillor Taylor, that's right.
Whatever.
Councillor House.
Yeah, as the motion as it is now, I'm in full support of this, that we only got one. This is an opportunity. If it delays it a little bit, it delays it. Boils down the cost. If we can get some, other tenders in at a lower cost, whether it be local or outside, I'm all for that. I think just having the one, this gives an opportunity for others to see what was out there and see if they can come in at a lower bid. So I'm okay with retendering it at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. I had myself next, and I'm going to speak in support of the proposed direction too. Once we see how that goes, there could be some additional motions made depending on the appellate council. One of the things in the way that the original, sorry, not the original, but the other boardwalk replacement tender was approached is it was offered out in two ways. There was the piling installation was a component that a contractor could have bid on. And then the decking installation was a separate component that could have been bid on. Or they could be bid on as a package. And I think in this instance, because the screw pile installation and piling and welding is a pretty specialized activity, there's not a whole bunch of people who may be able to undertake that locally. However, if those are installed by party one, it could be very likely that party two might have the capacity to come in and install the wooden decking on top of those piles that have already been installed. I think that might be more in line with the capacity of some of our local contractors, and it might pique their interest. Because if they have to deal with it as an entire package, they just wind up hiring somebody to do the pile installation, subcontracting that portion, and then they do the decking installation themselves. And I'm not sure how attractive that would be to a local contractor to undertake that level of liability and risk when they're only taking a portion of the work. So that could be a consideration that council might have to generate some additional interest in the project if it gets retendered. Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
I don't want to say anything that's going to kill your enthusiasm for my motion, so if I do, just forget that I said anything. But I did talk to a local contractor about exactly that, whether they have anybody in town has the ability to do like the screw pile thing, right? And he said, no, Stuart, we don't, but we do this all the time. We get the contractor to come in and they got this machine and zips it into the ground, so it's not something that we can't do.
So I'd follow up then, because I think that was directed to my point. The way the other package was constructed, you could bid on one component or the other component or both. So if there was a local contractor who had the appetite and the interest in hiring an outside contractor to come in and do the screw pile, but they act as the general contractor and take on responsibility for the whole job, they'd certainly be welcome to, or they could bid on a portion of it. It would just open it up to some more, to being a little bit more flexible in how people could tender it. And I think that might interest some parties that might otherwise not be interested. Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support that approach quite heavily. I guess my question to administration, if that were to be the will of council to look at perhaps changing the wording of the tender to allow the ability, because everything comes down to the wording of the tender, meaning if we're asking to bid on the entirety of the project, then I would assume the scoring system would be in accordance to, leaning towards people who can do both of them. So if there's a will of council to break that up, would there need to be any direction from council in order to direct administration to look at an option where the contract could be awarded to two groups or one that could provide both? Any insight from administration's perspective on what council is discussing right now?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Go to ICO Hamel.
Thank you, sir, through you to the members of the committee of the whole. And actually, I'm going to ask you this, Diana. The possibility of splitting the tender to two successful tenders. My concern would be that that's a fairly substantial review of the tender package and the engineering. Is that correct, or would it still be a minor, or would it still represent a minor delay?
Thank you, Interim CEO. Yes, if you're pretty much splitting the work into two. So now the engineer has to prepare two separate tender package and may have to do some adjusting their drawings in order to have the tender posted separately.
If I could, sir. It's not that it can't be done. And we heard a comment a little earlier about the time of year and the season and so forth. So it's just, we would likely be looking at a project that would be tendered later in the spring for next fall and winter completion. So it's something that could be done, but not probably in a rapid 2-week turnaround, just by understanding of preparing that package and getting it out to on APC.
May I suggest we
Appreciate the additional insight, ICO Hamel. I have quite a queue. Is it directly in relation to that?
Well, I was just going to suggest we go to whether we're going to tender it before we talk about how to tender it. But anyways.
Well, to me, it informs the decision about if
Okay.
we're going to support retendering or not.
Good.
So I'll go to Councillor Haas and then Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, it won't take much time because I think it really was answered, but my concern, I guess my question to administration would be, because we did split it with the other parts, why we might not have done it with this one, but I think you've already answered the question, because the engineering currently, the way it is, basically put it into one package versus the other one. So am I correct? That's why we go that route.
Thank you, Councillor Hawes. That is correct. It is completely one package right now. It will, as I said before, it will take some work to have that split into two.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Haas, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, if we can split it without a lot of work, I think that's okay. The guy I talked to, the local person I talked to, said that they're well within his capability to go and get a contractor like that, but there could be other people that would do some of the carpentry work that might be able to bid if we can split it out. That's good. But if it's related to tendering and I'm allowed to speak on that, which apparently I am, could we also give a little bit more time than like 2 weeks? Like this was tendered out for 2 weeks. So, you know, we got time. If we could tender it out for a longer period of time, we might get more competitive bids, you know, than 2 weeks.
Was there a question to administration?
Just a
Like,
kind of
are you asking if there's a requirement that it's only 2 weeks or?
No, I guess my point is I don't have to make a motion for that. We could just do that, I guess. So you have a question.
Did you want to finish your?
No, that's finished.
Okay.
Your question.
Go to ICO Hamlin.
Sir, through you to the members of the committee of the whole, and Diana can speak to this as well. I believe that under the procurement regulations that have been mentioned previously in Alberta Purchasing Connection, it's a minimum 2-week post to APC. You can put something out for a greater and longer period of time if you wish, but it's a minimum 2-week.
Thank you for that additional information. And myself and then Councillor Race. So the more we talk about this, the more strongly I support re-tendering it. I actually don't feel that even if council made a decision even on March 1st, that there's a substantial opportunity for the contractor to get mobilized to site and get a substantial amount of work done at the very outside. He's got maybe 4 weeks of 6 weeks at the very outside, if the weather cooperates. So I feel it's going to carry on over into the fall anyways. If this grant money is available until the end of December 2023, that gives us a window of next fall, next winter, spring of 2023, and then if it has to, all the way through to fall and the first part of the winter of 2023, that's a pretty big window. So in what I would like to see is that it would be retendered, that it be retendered for a significant amount of time, that award could happen, say, in the summer sometime. Preparation could be done to initiate work in the fall of 2022 to do the work that needs to be done when it's not frozen. And then come freeze up, they can get back in and do the parts that need to be done during freeze up. I like the idea of having the tender open for a longer period of time. Reason being, that gives the opportunity for a contractor who does want to bid on the entire package, but maybe doesn't have the expertise to do some of the components. It gives them enough time to go to market, to be able to get quotes from subcontractors, to come back and fill in their quotes so that they can put in a full tender for work that they may only do a portion of. I feel that retendering this is likely going to give us a good chance of increased interest without having an extremely tight timeline where we say there's a award and you have to go to work right away. I think that's very likely to get some additional interest. So I'm going to support the motion. Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Diana, to split this job, what would the additional cost be?
Administration.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Reese, to the chair, to the council. I would have to ask the engineers to provide a proposal to do this. I couldn't say at the top of my head what would be the additional fee that the engineers would charge. Yeah, I honestly don't know what the fees would be right now. I would have to ask them to provide a proposal to do that.
Can I just ask a quick one?
If you don't mind, I think ICO Hamlin wants to. No, you can ask another one. I just missed ICO Hamlin wants to speak to your question.
If I could, and thank you, Diana. My experience with something like this, where we are in effect asking our engineering consultants to prepare a tender package. Now we're asking to split that and in effect create two tender packages. In terms of the scale of the project and the budget we're talking about, it's not a substantial amount of money. It is something that could be done reasonably quickly, currently given the period of time that council and I'm sure the community is looking at and the time we have to complete. It's not going to dramatically increase our costs on this.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilor Race, you have another question?
And I don't even know how much bearing this has, but when a outfit puts together their costs so they can, put in their tender, does wintertime, what wood or steel would cost in the winter as opposed to the summer have any bearing on this?
Administration.
Thank you, Councillor Reese, to the chair, to the council. What I will say to that, it's not so much winter versus summer. It's what's happening in the industry right now. Inflation is at a rise. We don't know for sure if we don't award this project and move it into next year, what that cost will be. Everything is going up. It's a difficult situation right now for me to tell you what that cost would be if we don't award right now or not award during the winter versus the summer. It's just overall inflation that is happening right now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go to Mr. Russo before I go to anyone else. Mr. Russo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through to council. Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. One, in terms of one tender received versus the representation of true market value. Even though we are 2% within the Class C/Class D, I do believe, and I would support that council retender based on You've got 3 to 4 months construction schedule here. That will take you right into the depth of spring, early summer. And AAP has a construction period where they may prevent us from doing works in the wetlands. So that would then carry us over anyway to the early winter of 2022-23. So you could test the market by splitting the tender or breaking it up into chunks that we could afford others to tender. Yes, that'll be additional work. It's not, as interim CEO said, that it's not a big deal of work. They have it all in their system. You're probably looking at about $3,000 to $5,000 max to do that change and to get the tender package ready. That's just what I wanted to add to the conversation, which could inform council's decision which way you want to go in terms of retendering or awarding it as it is. I would not award it as it is since we have only received one tender. And also to Councillor Taylor's point, to afford everybody an equal opportunity for the longer runway of the tender being open so that folks can talk to each other and come up with a representative scope and price.
Thank you for that additional information, Mr. Rousseau. Back to council. Council, is there anything further before we call the proposed direction question? Michaels?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to belabor it, but so are we putting this out for a little bit longer? If we're going to go into the season of 2022-2023 winter, there was talk about tendering this longer than 2 weeks. Is that where we've landed as a council? Because if the intent is to tender it longer than 2 weeks, then great. If you need that specific direction, I just want to, I don't want to a month from now find out that we've only tendered it for 2 weeks, because it sounds like there's appetite to take our time. We're not going to hit this, the construction part this spring. So is the understanding that we're going to go 3-4 weeks at least for this?
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. I see you, O'Hanlon.
Thank you, sir. Through you to the members of the committee of the whole. I believe it's fair to say that administration has heard the will of council on this, or on the committee of the whole, excuse me. And we will be taking it out to market and providing time for consideration and for the preparation of strong bid packages. And so we've heard council clearly on that.
Thank you.
Okay, I have myself, Councillor Haas, and then Councillor Taylor. So what I would like to see is that this be called to question once there's been a determination on that direction. That I would actually like to see the intent of council captured by a direction and given to administration. So if there's anything particular, like timelines, and we talked about splitting the tender up into a couple of component pieces, I would actually prefer to see that get captured by consensus of council. I'm going to go to Councillor Haas.
Yeah, actually, it's along that line for clarity, because if we don't need a motion of council for the amount of time, as ICO just mentioned, but the splitting of it, that would probably need, looking for clarification from our ICO, would be a direction from council that would be, because right now it's not split. We're doing it, so would that be preferred to administration?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the members of the committee of the whole. I guess I wouldn't suggest a preference on this. I do believe it isn't necessary, and the reason I'm suggesting that is that past tenders have been split, as I understand it, in the Beaver Boardwalk area. So we would simply be going back to market, and there's, quite frankly, without getting into details at this time, there's some benefits to the town of Hinton in splitting it that I realize under our procurement regulations. And so I think, again, in terms of the best possible return for the town of Hinton, I think splitting it makes an awful lot of sense, and allowing additional time, which is fully within our capacity to do, also gives us a greater opportunity for hopefully multiple responses on the tenders.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hanlon. Thank you, Councillor Haas. Councillor Taylor.
Do I assume that we're going to tender out this function here?
The fully complete.
The whole enchilada?
Sorry, to administration, yeah.
I guess if I could, sir, through you to Diana. Diana, if we can share your screen, in terms of what we would take back out to tender and split potentially, can you show us which drawing that is? Can you share your screen and just show us for Councillor Taylor and for the members here of the committee of the whole?
Assumption is correct. Perfect. Makes sense.
So it's the same, just for council's clarification, and it's the same same package that was already put out for tender, which is the full works, north the ramp, north connection, south ramp, and west connection. Okay. Councilor LeBear.
Well, just a real quick comment on that actually is, we're down there a lot every few days, and for a very significant portion of the summer, you can't get to that bridge on either end. And if we're not gonna finish it, I don't know why we would spend 400 grand if you can't cross there any day of the year with dry feet, it seems to me.
Thank you, Councilor LeBear. Council, anything further? Okay. Seeing nothing from council, we'll call the proposed direction to question. Direction by Councilor Taylor that committee direct administration to retender the project.
Council director. Is it split?
No.
Which committee?
It's committee, this committee.
This
Oh,
committee
I'm
as a
so
whole.
sorry. So sorry.
I guess before I call it the question, I guess I have a question for administration. Should there be a clarification on what project that's talking about?
Oh, yes.
The Beaver Boardwalk Rehabilitation Project.
So the Maxwell Lake Bridge Rehabilitation, I believe is the title for it. So if we could add that. Okay. Good with that motion, Councilor Taylor?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Council, would you like to speak to it? None, all those in favor? Is carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Is there anything further on the Maxwell Lake Bridge rehabilitation, Councilor Haas?
I just have a clarifying question on the to administration on the grant that we're not sure of yet, but it's the Canadian Community Revitalization Fund from the Western Economic Diversification for the amount of $140,000. If successful, is this to go towards the Beaver Boardwalk in other rehabilitation projects and maintenance and all that, or what was the purpose of applying for this one, just out of curiosity, or the scope of it?
Administration?
Thank you.
Sorry, Diane, I was just gonna, Diana, I'll throw that to you. Please respond.
Thank you, Councillor CEO, Interim CEO Hannon. We applied for this grant while we were going through the design and understanding the numbers. So this grant is a stackable grant. It is dependent on the Beaver Boardwalk project, and I'll elaborate a little bit on that. The reason why the grant is taking this long is because they wouldn't have approved the grant until we received the approval from AEP, which we did. We have provided that. So I guess I would have to get clarification from them with the fact that it is a stackable grant if the monies could be used for other works on the Beaver Boardwalk.
Thank you.
Okay, good, Councilor House?
Yep, thank you.
Council, anything further before we move on? Councilor LeBear, and then
Well,
Councilor Taylor.
We were talking about direction, so there is going to be some contact made then from administration through our local development. That's a question.
Administration?
sir, through you to Councilor Labarge, we will certainly make sure that this is made aware and distributed without any violation
no
of any
preferential way.
regulations. No, but we will make sure that it's communicated and made available through our social media sources, and that's not a violation. The local preference discussion becomes an issue at the time of award. In terms of making sure everybody is aware of it, that's not a violation, and so we'll keep the town protected in that area.
Good, Councilor Labarge?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go to Councilor Taylor and then Mayor Michaels. Yeah, Councilor Taylor and then Mayor Michaels.
So you'll actually phone the local contractors, say, hey, this is out. Is that
If
what you said?
If I could, sir, I would, through Councilor Taylor to all of the committee of the whole, I'd prefer not to commit to exact specifics here.
Okay.
We will make sure it's more than just a passing reference to local contractors.
Okay.
Got something else you wanted? That was pretty quick, so.
Oh, yeah, no, that was just helping Brian out there. Sure. I guess my question is, now that that's through, can we minimize the specs while still maintaining a safe structure or perhaps lower the cost? And what I'm thinking of is this picture that Alice showed us, you know, with the safety rails. Are those like absolutely required?
To administration.
Perhaps sorry.
It's an eyesore. It's really an eyesore.
Yeah.
But if it's really required for safety, sure.
If I could, sir, through you to Councilor Taylor, and certainly Diana, if you wish, you can add on here, but certainly I think we could review the specs, but to change it, you're now not doing just a simple splitting of the tender, you're re-engineering the project. So you'd have to revisit the entire project, you'd have to delay it, I would say, a substantial period of time, and it would make this a far more complicated re-tendering than we've discussed so far here today.
Forget I asked the question. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor
But a
Taylor.
great question.
Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna put something on the floor just to see if there's true appetite for it. But that committee direct administration, to split the tender for the Maxwell Lake rehabilitation project. Bridge project, my apologies, thank you. Bridge rehabilitation project. And post a tender for a minimum of 4 weeks. If I may speak to that, Mr. Chair. I think we're on the same page and administration is saying that. I think to get it on the record, and the 4 weeks to me is necessary in order to give people the opportunity to put together what may be a complicated tender, which would be subcontracting parts of the other of the pilings, et cetera. So to me, the fact that we've already kind of missed this season and this is going to the fall, to me, a minimum of 4 weeks could only help us, and we're not under a time crunch. And there's agreement that we want to split it. Might as well put it on the record. We're hand in hand with administration, and the public knows what our expectations are, and we can communicate that. And I think it'll help also the people who may be bidding, whether you're local or not local. This is the direction from council. So I'll put that on the floor for council's consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. So I had myself, I'm going to speak highly in favor of this. I understand that administration has heard the will of council and would move forward with it, but I certainly don't think that it does any harm, that it's an official direction of council, that's what we want to see come out of the tender. And I fully support it for more reasons than just that, though. I think this gives an opportunity, as Mayor Michaels said, with the knowledge and understanding that this is work that's going to begin in the fall of 2022, not immediately. that doesn't put the pressure on potential bidders to say, geez, do I even have the capacity to move that quickly to take this on, to start within the next couple of weeks? This gives a 6-month window for potential bidders to be able to get their ducks lined up and get prepared, which would likely make them more comfortable in putting a price in. The other thing I hope to see is the current pricing structure where everything seems to be hyper elevated. What I hope is that's a short-term supply chain issue thing, that the market will correct itself over the coming months. I'm not saying that is or isn't going to happen. That's my hope, though. Our supply chain issues kind of correct themselves a little bit, and some of those hyperinflated numbers start to come down a little bit, so we can realize some advantages in taking the action that we're taking. So I'm going to support this as well. Thank you. Council, is there anyone else? Councilor Race?
So could you just put me into after the vote?
For after the vote, okay. Is there anybody that wants to speak to the proposed direction? Okay, seeing no one, we will call the question, please. Direction request by Mayor Michaels, the committee direct administration to split the tender for the Maxwell Lake Bridge Rehabilitation Project and post a tender for a minimum of 4 weeks. Council, all those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councilor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So something that I'm just asking all of council to consider or just think about. This little bridge, when it came in 2017, cost us $100,000 or in around that. What is our end point? What number do we say? We're not spending any more money here. None. I think we're at 100 or 700,000, 800,000. So that's something that I have running through my head. You know, last year we voted on the bridge. We voted we're going to keep it. You know, and now here we are here. So I'm gonna, you know, I'll support what's happening right now, but in my head, I'm thinking there's got to come a day where we say no more money, no more money. And also, how many years are we going to keep doing this? It was put out there in what, 2015, 2016? Here we are 2022, and you can't get a stroller up there. So, you know, we care about our money, we care about our people. So I want this to go ahead, but I've got a date in my head and I got a price in my head. I'm sure there's people in the community that support that. So just give it some thought.
Thank you, Councilor Race. Councilor Taylor.
I think that's what everybody's thinking, to be honest. I mean, we got a $400,000 bridge. Unfortunately, what we have is a bridge that doesn't allow access to people who have limited mobility or bikes. So basically, we want to spend a little bit extra to take care of that. That's what I think we're trying to do. As to the long-term question of cost, my preference is to eventually, when we get everything up to standard, is to try to turn it over like the Golf Society, like the Disc Golf Society, like the Trail Bike Society, and them as a group, and that would be the way to hopefully manage the costs a little bit better on the long term, but nobody's going to take it over until we get it up to standard. Now, it's a challenge between how much do you spend, and it's such a valuable asset for the community, right?
Thank you, Councilor Taylor. I'd speak to it too, and it's something I spoke about earlier when we accepted the duplicated sections report for information. This is going to be an ongoing conversation for a long time, because pretty much the entirety of the Beaver Boardwalk needs to be reconstructed. And we've come to the conclusion that basically if it's contracted out, it costs a minimum of $1,000 per lineal meter. And we just don't have the wherewithal to be able to do it all at once. So this is going to be a long conversation that the oversight committee has and that council has about prioritizing sections, what to do with closed sections. I don't see this conversation about the Beaver Boardwalk and by extension ramps and bridges and everything ending anytime soon, likely 10, 15 years maybe. Thank you. Councilor LaBerge and then Councilor Taylor.
Well, I think the other comment that I would make in relation is what that bridge costs at this point is irrelevant. I think we're faced with a situation, what's our best way forward? That's the way I've been looking at this stuff. It's, whether that bridge costs $4, $6, $8, $2 million, it's irrelevant. It's there now. And I wouldn't support not attaching it because a bunch of errors were made in the past. That's the way I'm looking at this going forward.
Councilor LaBerge, Councilor Taylor.
Yeah, and there's even another component of this that we've never even talked about, right? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Want to keep you
You're so
awake.
caring today. That's the thing.
There's another component of this that we don't talk about, and that's the feeding program for the beavers. Because without the feeding program for the beavers, because without the actual beavers, the attraction is a fraction of what the attraction can be. So as long as we have people showing up in the evening and they can see a beaver, they're very, very happy. And a lot of the food source around there is being depleted. So we need to make sure that we maintain a professional feeding program so we can keep these little guys there. And I don't think we've thought much about that, or we could put a little bit more professionalism around that approach. Or the main attraction's gone.
We just tell everybody they're there. They just don't come out much.
Good point, Councilor Taylor. So yeah, it's more discussion items for the oversight committee and council to look forward.
Make a little mechanical beaver.
Yeah, okay. Is there anything further on the bridge rehabilitation item before we move on? Okay, seeing nothing, we will move on to bylaw number 1168, lease guarantee for Hinton Golfing Society, MD 2439. To administration.
Thank you, sir, and through you to the members of the committee of the whole. I will turn this over to Ms. Weber at this time, who is going to take you through proposed bylaw 1168, commencing on page 37 of your agenda package. This is the bylaw 1168 lease guarantee Hinton Golfing Society. Ms. Weber?
Thank you, CAO Hanlon, through to the chair and through to council. I just want to take you back. So on January 18th, council was presented with a request for decision report that provided the background and the financial implications to the town to move forward with a guarantee for a lease agreement for 60 brand new golf carts on behalf of the Hinton Golfing Society to replace the current fleet of golf carts used at the golf course today. Council passed a motion that on the condition that an operating agreement is signed by the Hinton Golfing Society, that council direct administration to move forward with the proposed lease agreement with the golf carts. What you have before you today is a direction request for bylaw 1168, lease guarantee Hinton Golfing Society. This report was prepared with the assistance of Ms. Bowden in the finance department with all the financing particulars. The bylaw is attached to the report for your review, and if you have any questions, I'd like to open it up to council to put those forward. Also, before I do that, I would just like to note that it is my intention to bring this back to council March 1st for decision so that we can facilitate the lease guarantee as soon as possible for the leasing company. We have a 2-week advertising period that I anticipate will be advertised March 10th and 17th, and then return it back to council, hopefully at council's wish, for a second and third reading by April 5th. I would like to leave it open now for council to ask any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. Council, questions? So Taylor?
I support the recommended action here. Can I put a motion that the committee direct administration to bring bylaw 1168 lease guarantee Hinton Golfing Society for first reading to the regular meeting of March 1st, 2022 as presented?
Yep.
And do I make the second part now, or do I wait?
I believe you can.
And add part 2, which says that the committee direct administration to schedule a public hearing at the regular council meeting of April 5th, 2022 in the council chambers to hear public comments on bylaw number 1168, lease guarantee and development society. And I've said everything that I can say on this in past meetings, so I have nothing more to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do
Councillor.
support it though.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, we have a proposed direction. Council, is there any comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, we will call the direction to question. Put forward by Councillor Taylor, that committee direct administration to bring bylaw number 1168, lease guarantee Hinton Golfing Society for first reading to the regular meeting on March 1st, 2022 as presented, and that committee direct administration to schedule a public hearing at the regular council meeting on April 5th, 2022 in the council chambers to hear public comments on bylaw number 1168, lease guarantee Hinton Golfing Society. Council, all those in favor? That was carried. Passed unanimously. Councillor Taylor?
Can we have a biological break?
Sure, we can take the 9-minute break. We'll reconvene at 6:15.
Thanks.
9 minutes, well within your right.
Well, okay, I'll call today's committee of the whole meeting back to order. And we are. Where are we?
5.5, sir.
5.5, yes, sorry. Hinton Golfing Society 2022 proposed operating agreement.
With that, sir, through you to the members of the Committee of the Whole, the Hinton Golfing Society 2022 proposed operating agreement is here for your review. It's a draft document. It commences on page 47 of your agenda package today. I do thank Ms. Weber for rejoining us, and she's going to take us through this now and answer any questions you may have regarding this agreement. And again, with a fairly rapid return, I think, Debbie, did you want to bring this back to March 1st as well, or can it wait till the 15th?
Yes, I would prefer if it waited, CAO Hanlon.
Okay, so this would be coming back, or is proposed to come back on March 15th. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Weber.
Thank you, CAO Hanlon, through to the chair and to council. So in an effort not to sound too repetitive, this action item is related to the lease guarantee action item from council back in January 18th, 2022, or yes. So what you see before you is just a draft agreement that I received just the end of last week from our legal department. The operating agreement has clauses to address suggestions that were made from council last we met in terms of the golf cart lease guarantee, budgetary thresholds, inventory controls, and some financial reporting requirements, which will include, it doesn't in this draft yet, presentations to council on a semi-annual basis. Those were the items that administration had heard from council at the time. As I said, this has been just a draft agreement, just freshly received. So there will be a lot more work going into it yet before it comes back for viewing by council. I have been in ongoing communication with Mr. Crawford about parts of the agreement. He's aware that I received that agreement last week and that administration has some work to fill in some blanks on that draft agreement. We've been working together with the Golfing Society to determine those schedules, which is the inventory list for the pro shop, as well as the asset list for the golf course as a whole. And we've also been in discussions about the draft operating agreement and what different criteria will be found in that agreement. The intention is to have this agreement, as CAO Hanlon referred to, finalized for March 15th. I will be forwarding hopefully a good draft of that agreement to the Golfing Society this week for their review and consideration. And then we'll have, I'm sure, more discussions after that. But I just wanted to put this in front of councils to mitigate any concerns that this item and the lease guarantee were not working together and going forward coincidentally. I will open the floor to any questions of council at this time.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge.
Well, I'll open with an unrelated question, but it's, every time I look at this, that $1,031 land lease, who's that paid to?
The administration.
Sorry, may you repeat the question?
Sure. So the operating costs, and this has been in a number of the reports. So the town has taken on the debenture payments in the amount of $11,315 a year. And then there's a land lease in here listed as an obligation that the town took on for the golf course for $1,031. Just curious what that, and I keep seeing this in the report, who we pay that amount to? Or is that an internal transaction?
Administration.
Sir, I believe Ms. Weber's got the answer for us.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Barge. I believe that land lease agreement, now I may stand to be corrected. I have to do some more investigating without our finance director here to sort of help us with some of the background. I believe that land lease agreement is for some of the leased land from the Crown that has portions of the golf course on it.
I see O'Hanlon and then Councillor Race.
Thank you, sir. And just to follow, we will review that. And when we come back on March 15th, we will speak to that. Thank you.
Ms. Weber.
Thank you. Thank you, CAO Hanlon, through to the chair and to council. Some of the details that with my new allocation to this contract, I don't have all that background yet from finance. So these will be the things that I'm working through this week to move forward with and have a different draft you'll see before the March 15th deadline.
I appreciate the input. I mean, from my perspective, where that question was leading was, is there something we could lose control of later?
Appreciate that, Councillor Berge. We'll do Councillor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Weber, on page 57, 4.11, I just need you to break that down for me a little bit. Do you want me to read it off? At the bottom of the page.
4.2.11, is that the section?
Yes, 4.11.
Sorry, Councillor Race, if you could repeat which section specifically, please?
Page 57, section 4.11.
Thank you, Councillor Race. I'm just reviewing the paragraph. Thank you. So my interpretation of this paragraph is that it falls upon the society to manage the facility and the assets on those lands for the purposes of providing golf. And that would also include the new golf course lease would be their responsibility. If the lease payments, for instance, weren't done or something were to fail in the facilities because of undue care, then the town would have the option to take action and add that, if there were a value attached to that, add that to the society's current indebtedness to the town, or take the action upon those facilities on behalf of the society. So we own all the facilities. We could take over and do whatever it is that needs to be done at the town's cost and charge it back to the society, or add it to the society's current indebtedness. That is how I would interpret that paragraph.
So the society is made up of everyday citizens stepping up and, being a society. And if they're not fulfilling their job or paying their bills, we don't go after them. Or how does this work?
The town currently has an outstanding loan to the golfing society. And so as part of that, it would either be added, the financial impacts would be added to that financial indebtedness that they are slowly paying off with the activities and business carried out at the golf course, or the town could step in and pay for that themselves, whatever the case might be. It's the option for the town to step in, but the town doesn't have to step in. It's not a requirement that we step in and pay for whatever would need to be done. We could just simply add it to their current loan requirement.
So the debt is ours. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Race, Councillor Taylor. Sorry, yes, ICO Hanlon was that. Did you want to add something to respond to Councillor Race?
If I could, sir, through you, and I'm assuming maybe some of the other members of the committee of the whole are going to speak to this, but if you go over to the next page in Article 6, it does start to speak to the payment of the society's indebtedness. So it does speak to the monthly revenues generated, and I guess the main thing that may address any potential default or shortfall is the 10% contingency amount that gets discussed in 6.1. So that is coming to the town. It is covering their indebtedness, and I'm going to suggest is structured in such a way that it could also, any shortfall month to month could also be caught out of that contingency fund. Is the way I read it. Is that fair, Debbie? Or
Thank you, CAO Hanlon. I believe so, yes. Again, I would want to confirm with finance on the interpretation.
Thank you for the additional clarification. Go to Councillor Taylor and Councillor Ross.
No, these comments misrepresented, because I think this council strongly supports the golf club and wouldn't do anything arbitrary or capricious. But I notice, or I think I noticed, that there's no general termination clause like there was in the last contract. The termination seems to be related to things like bankruptcy or dissolution of the society. Am I correct? So that if something was to happen, that say we wanted to terminate it, there's no clause that allows council to do that within a, whatever, 3-6 month period of time. Is that being taken out?
Administration.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Taylor. I don't believe it has been removed. I think we still have that opportunity to terminate the contract if we had the council so wish to. I think that it's just worded slightly differently in here.
Yeah, I couldn't see it. So where is it, please?
7.3. ICAO Hanlon.
sir, if I could, and Debbie, if you want to take a look under 7.3, 7.4, 7.5 seems to speak to this. Sir, it's on page 59 of your agenda package. And actually, if I could, just Article 7 in its entirety speaks to inspection, renewal, expiry, and termination.
Councillor.
No.
Did you want to speak to that?
I just-
Councillor Haas and Councillor LaBerge?
If I could, yeah, I think I found the section you're looking for, if I may, but I don't know if I'll leave it to the administration, but.
Yeah, we're not going to move away.
Please,
Yeah.
the section that I was just given was not that section.
I'm looking at 7.4.2. And then the subsequent, after that, but it talks about the opinion of the town acts reasonably, a significant adverse change occurs. Result thereof, the town is of the opinion that the site does not have the ability to operate, and then moves forward to where they've got 14 days of written notice, fails to undertake, or 30 days, something like that, but it appears that that particular section seems to, that's my opinion. Yes.
Councillor LaBerge, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, well, I know that the termination clause with no terms around it was a problem for the golfing society when they go out to hire people. And I know that this allows termination with cause. But for a short-term termination, it's my understanding that the golfing society had an issue with that because of their need to go out and hire personnel.
Thank you, Councillor LaBerge. I'll go back to Councillor Taylor.
So there's no event coming up that anybody can foresee to have a general termination clause for? Okay, specific.
So before we move on to something else, I would speak to it. I'm actually not particularly comfortable moving into a 4 or potentially 6-year agreement without having a general termination clause. There could be any one of a number of reasons that council of the day might consider that it's appropriate to terminate the agreement, even if the golfing society hasn't done anything to breach any of the conditions that are detailed in the agreement. So I think I understand what Councillor Taylor is getting at, and I think I agree. I think there needs to be a way with an appropriate amount of notice to be able to terminate this agreement, considering the term that we're potentially looking at here. Councillor Taylor?
I think the protection for the society that Councillor LaBarge speaks about would come in how you word that clause. So if it's town may cancel this on agreement within a certain period on the approval of town council, right? So like they know the town council is a strong supporter of them and won't be doing this unless there is a rock solid thing that we're doing for.
Did you have a proposed change that you want to put
Yeah, I guess
forward
I'd
for
put up-
council decision?
Well, unless Brian has a comment.
Just to comment on that is any consideration for termination should probably be tied to a golfing year. It's not to give them a given year, I think is certainly fair if that's where we're going, just to inform a motion.
Totally. So yeah, I make a motion.
Go ahead.
And then you can help me if you can approve it, please. Motion would be that we add a clause, I don't know where, I suggest maybe 7 point, the motion that the town may cancel this agreement in the off season on approval of town council. You don't want to cancel in the middle of season.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that for me?
That the town may cancel this agreement, the town of Hinton may cancel this agreement in the off season on the approval of town council. Administration put that wherever they think is appropriate. I think people know why I'm putting this in there.
Okay, did you want to speak to it, Councillor Taylor?
No, spoken enough.
Okay. I want to go to administration and just make sure that that's, legislatively appropriate and understood.
Thank you, sir. And Heather, if you want to chime in here in a moment, but I think when I hear off-season, I get a little worried if I can speak to this, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate, but when I hear off-season, I can only assume or imagine some of the members of the society worrying about contracts with their manager and so forth. So I don't know if somehow council might, or committee of the whole might consider tying something to the end of the subsequent season or something around. And maybe that's what you meant with the wording, but I think we need to be a little clearer there and possibly tie it to a motion of the council of the town of Hinton to make it very clear what would trigger this would be a couple of the items that I would speak, but certainly with enough lead time to allow them to vacate contracts and other commitments that they may have. Heather, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I agree, Paul. I think that basically we don't need to have a motion for this, but I think it should go back to legal so that we can get the appropriate wording. They're prepared to do this for us. This is in draft form. So if we could take back council's suggested request for amendment and get legal to give us an opinion. So basically, maybe the motion should only say that direct administration to request legal to provide clarity on termination. I'm not 100% sure of the wording, but I think it should go to legal. That's just my thoughts on that.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor LaBerge and then we'll go back to ICO.
Okay, I guess as I take a look at the golf season, I think what we do is at any point in this contract between the 1st and 30th November, council can cancel the contract. That gives them the end of the golf season to put the financial statements together, that council has the opportunity to look at them. And if we have that 30-day period in any given year, that's plenty of time to deal with the contracts, as Paul said, and allows council some time to think about things before they make a decision.
Councillor LaBerge. So we have a proposed motion. We can keep comments, questions to that. Go to ICO Hamlin.
Thank you, sir. Through you to the members of the committee of the whole. I think if we could keep the language more along the lines of a referral to legal. I understand when we take a look at 7.3, it's specific to defaults and events. And I realize that's not what council's speaking to. I believe what council's looking for is essentially a clause that retains at the sole discretion of the town of Hinton the ability to cancel the agreement with due notice, if that's fair. And that would be what I would like to get some legal direction on in order to satisfy both council, but also, of course, the society.
Thank you for that, ICO Hamlin. I think Councillor Taylor is probably open to some constructive wordsmithing of his proposed
Anybody
direction.
who can help, happy.
So if we could want to open that up and we'll get something that's capturing the intention.
I guess the second, wipe out the first part, that the committee direct administration to seek legal to provide clarity on termination. On general termination, I guess, maybe, of the contract. Yeah. On general termination of the contract at an appropriate time in the off season. Brackets, example, November 1st to November 30th. Once, yeah, that's it.
Administration, is that appropriate and understandable?
Is that too specific?
Yeah.
You think that's too specific, Paul?
If I could, sir, if I could take a.
Absolutely.
The committee direct administration to seek legal to provide clarity on general termination of the contract at the sole direction of the town of Hinton. And providing adequate notice,
Yeah, that's fine.
period. And then the rest can go. Is that?
You know, I like that, except that at the sole direction of, I prefer to say town council.
Okay, sure.
Can we put the name of the contract in there for continuity of the motion?
Yes, thank you. Good idea.
So take contract out after agreement.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Council, we have proposed direction, comments or questions, Councillor Haas?
Just a question on the word clarity versus include, like currently there isn't one in there. Do we want them to work at including it versus clarity?
That's a good suggestion.
I mean, then we're not bringing back and say this, we're clarifying this and then now including it, then it goes just through legal once. And if we don't want it in there, then we could look for different reading.
Absolutely.
Could I suggest the following? If we said to seek legal to add, so in front of provide, we'll say add a general termination clause, so of the
To the
yeah.
To the contract?
Yeah.
Make rid of this.
Yeah, get rid of that. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, you're comfortable with that change?
It's getting better every suggestion.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Let's keep that train going. Council? Okay, no further comments or questions. Proposed direction proposed by Councillor Taylor that committee direct administration to seek legal to add a general termination clause to the Hinton Golfing Society 2022 proposed operating agreement at the sole direction of council and providing adequate notice. Council, all those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Council? I had Councillor Haas in the main queue. Councillor Haas?
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question about section 4.2.5. It refers to contract with suppliers. It has a dollar blank figure there. Is that something that was to be discussed this evening to put a dollar figure in there, or how does that clause work with just a blank next to the dollar figure?
Councillor Haas, what page is that?
Oh, sorry, it's page 54 of 93 for packages 4.2.5.
Right at the top of the page.
Yeah. It just talks about consent for goods and services and then says over, but there's no figure.
Sir deputies.
Yep. Ms. Weber?
Thank you through to the chair, to Councillor Hawes. As I mentioned, this literally was a draft straight from legal. I haven't had time to sit with finance and determine what these thresholds should look like and what would be expected in this type of an arrangement for a business of this size. So those will be things that I will be filling in before the draft goes back to the society for review.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Haas, Councillor Taylor?
I don't know if you agree, but I'd like our mayor to be the signing authority on these agreements. We don't have many. We're not like the town of Toronto or something where you have thousands of these. We're gonna have like 10 or 12 a year. So we expect the mayor to sign 10 or 12 of these a year or whatever. In this case, every 4 or every 6 year, and then we really get our stamp behind it. So do I need a motion for that?
Administration?
Sir, through you to Councillor Taylor, I believe there's likely a policy governing this, and I apologize, I don't know for sure, but if I could, we will answer that when we bring this back on March 15th and just confirm. You are correct in some of the larger communities, but my experience is likely this would typically come to the mayor and he would sign it. So, but if you don't mind, I don't think we need a motion to that effect here today. We will confirm this and clarify it when we come back on March 15th as to who will be signing this.
Perfect, thanks.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ross?
Yeah. And this is all due respect to the current society, but I do have a question about the agreement with regards to deferring payments. And if I preface it, I have a concern with deferring payments. I've seen this happen a lot in the past, and it unfortunately ringtone. I need to get that one. But I guess my concern is that deferring payments, it just puts off, and they may not have the money, and then they defer. And I've seen this might get into some trouble in the future financially. So is there anything in the agreement that speaks to deferring payments, that it has to come to administration ahead of time, or get, is there anything in here? I couldn't find anything. I know it speaks to comply with the terms of the payment of the golf course lease, but if you could speak to that.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Administration, Ms. Weber?
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Hawes. I didn't notice that clause in there either, but I do know that we had already been in discussions with Mr. Crawford about balancing out their payment on their indebtedness so that it was a smaller payment more often from them. And I believe that we can work that into the language around the financial reporting. So we had already talked about smoothing out those payments before this agreement was drafted, and the lawyer wasn't a part of that at this time. So I will make those amendments and just add those qualifiers in, that those payments, we will specify them and speak with the society about what would be an appropriate amount and have those timed appropriately throughout the year so that they don't have to have that one lump at the end of the year when they're trying to manage a whole bunch of other things.
So if I may, one more.
Can I see you?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Come back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Sir, through you to the members of the committee of the whole. Debbie, just when you're having that discussion, I think maybe take a look at 6.1, because I think perhaps 6.1 is contemplating that. Not that I know the entirety of this, but I think that might be there with the contemplation of the 10%, the contingency, so forth. So just to make sure it's clearer. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Hanlon, and you're correct. It does speak to that they are able to make additional payments with extra funding that they have at the time towards their payment, but I think there would be probably value from both sides to have that language a little bit more clear in the agreement.
So if I may, and I really, when it comes to the payments to the town, I get, that's great. I guess my only, in past, it was with the leaser of the golf course, the carts that they would go to and say, hey, can we defer? And that's the one I'm also a little bit concerned about, about if the society says, hey, we're a little short this time, so going to the leaser and deferring. Is there anything in there that in this right currently now? I mean, it says comply with all the terms of the payment of the golf course lease and other terms and conditions of the golf course lease. But if they go to the leaser and try to defer those payments, is there anything in there that protects us from that and them too?
to administration. Ms.
Thank
Weber,
you.
wanna speak to that?
Yes, thank you through the chair to Councillor Hawes. Councillor Hawes, I will have to come back to council with some more detail on that. I'm not exactly sure how it works when we guarantee the lease agreement. I'm not exactly sure from a legal perspective or a agreement in binding how that works for the town. If the party that is expected to make that payment wants to defer it, if then the town is automatically responsible, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Haas and Councillor Race, and then Councillor Berge.
So my question is regarding finance, but not this bylaw, so I can wait.
Or it's
It's a financial question regarding the golf course, but it's not related to this bylaw. So I can,
Is it related to the proposed operating agreement?
no,
Not really sure how to make a judgment on that. Does it fit under the agenda topic? I don't know.
it's pertaining to possible outstanding amount. Owed to the town.
Administration,
Sir, I would suggest this may be a more appropriate discussion when it comes back on March 15th and you're considering it during a council meeting.
or you could potentially reach out to the CAO via email,
Okay,
and it could maybe be answered that way if it doesn't fit under the agenda topic.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Race. Councillor LeBerge.
I only want to state the obvious, I guess. Clause 4.6 calls on the society to hold adequate insurance. I'm sure the town would be happier sort of defining what adequate is. And that may change over time, but this is silent to that.
Councillor LeBerge to administration, ICO Hamlin.
Sir, to Councilor LaBerge comment, and it was actually a question I was going to ask, and I hope it's not inappropriate, but it hinges on this, and I'm just kind of taking a look at this, and if I could, and I'll try to answer the question, is in the definition section, I'm on page 52, it speaks to town representative, and we haven't filled out what town representative, and Debbie had mentioned we're gonna fill these blanks in, but I think it's a pretty important discussion to have. So to Councilor LaBerge, we see in 4.6, deliver proof satisfactory to the town. I would suggest we probably need to do a bit of work to say to the town representative to stay consistent with the definition section. But who, I guess the question is, and maybe the one that caught my eye was 6.2, and I'll read it. In the event that the society anticipates additional expenses in any month that have not been approved as part of the monthly expense amount, the society may submit a written request to the town to retain all or a portion of the excess monthly revenue, which shall be at the sole discretion of the town. So who, I guess the question to council is, who would you imagine that to be? Who would you want that to be? And so we'll need to make sure that we're clear. I'd probably ask you to give some consideration to that here tonight as to what or who that town representative would be or might be. Thank you.
Can you give that back to Councillor LeBerge if there's any kind of direction you want to make that's attached to that? Because I understand your concern. and I'm sure-
Sure. I mean, I think, well, do we need to put a direction in place that we define what the insurance coverage we're gonna get is, as opposed to using the word adequate? Like, if we need 4 million, cool. If we need 6 million, I think that's what we need to do. But I think the contract needs to talk about an amount rather than using the word adequate, because that's, beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
So Councillor LeBerge, do you want to put that forward as a direction request?
Sure.
That's the easiest way to make a
Sure.
talking
Yeah,
point, and
yeah.
then we can stick on that,
Okay.
talk that through.
Cool. That's what I would like. I would love to do that as a matter of fact. The committee directs administration to seek advice on appropriate insurance coverage and include that amount in the agreement.
Good with that wording, Councillor Berge?
I love that word.
Council, we have a direction request. Councillor Haas? if you
Yeah.
want to Speak to it.
Just to, I guess, a clarifying question, when we say advice, are we specifically looking, I guess, for the legal advice? Like, because our legal advice.
I was
should be-
thinking from an insurance.
Insurance, yeah, so I
It's an
didn't know if
amount.
that was a, okay.
ICO Hanlon?
Thank you, sir, through you to council, to committee of the whole, excuse me. Yes, from an insurance perspective, but also I would suggest from we would poll other operators to see what are they carrying for improvements, what are they carrying for public and general liability and so forth, and establish what that benchmark is, and then bring that back, hopefully for March 15th with those numbers.
Thank you. Council? Okay, seeing nothing further on that, if we can see that proposed direction again. So put forward by Councillor LaBerge, that committee direct administration to seek advice on appropriate insurance coverage and include such amount in the agreement. Council, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, page 56 of 93 of our package, it's section 4.2.23. I'm just a question, it refers to at town's request. I'm just wondering, is there going to be a schedule that's in place to when, instead of just when town requests it, but that the society know that every 2 months, 3 months, or whatever, even monthly, whatever it is, that it's clear to them when we need their financials, that kind of stuff, but instead of just, is it worded elsewhere in there that's more clear, or is it just, because that's how I would prefer it, instead of joint town's request, that they then have a clear expectation from us when to provide their financials.
Administration, Ms. Weber.
Thank you, through the chair to Councillor Haas. Yes, in 4.2.24, so the next line down, it does refer to the internal financial statements that will be required. We will be adding additional language in there in terms of what the frequency is of that financial information, and also including with that the presentations to council for their budget year to date.
Okay.
So that will speak to those so that there is some clarity for both sides in terms of what the expectations for financial information to the town are.
Thank you.
Good with that, Councillor
Yeah,
Haas?
and I'll go back to the queue, please.
Okay, I have no one else. in
Okay,
queue, so carry on.
So I guess it's in response or in conjunction, I guess, to the town representative that ICO was mentioning. And I guess it goes to page 56 again of 93, section 4.2.30. It's speaking to a member at large. And I know that we've talked, or there's been a discussion as to whether having a counselor on the board in the future, whether it's voting or non-voting, but this particular clause, as I understand, a member at large is not a counselor. It would be somebody else if I understand member at large correctly. But I guess that's where my question is some clarity on that.
Okay, to administration, Ms. Weber.
Thank you, through the chair to Councillor Hawes. If I could please ask Ms. Thompson to respond to that. We have sought legal advice about the designated person by the town on the board. There are some concerns with that in terms of the legal standing, just in terms of the perception that town is then directing the business in a different way. But I would invite Ms. Thompson, if she would be so willing, to just reply to that. sorry. Maybe if I could refer to Miss Way, she was in contact with legal about that. Miss Thompson's notes were that the designated officer, if the director oh, sorry, I'm answering a different question. I apologize, counsel. Heather, please go ahead.
Thanks, Debbie, through the chair to, I think it was Councillor Haas. That report with the information regarding membership is coming on the 15th. So that will be before you, and that'll kind of help round out that section of this agreement here. So I'll be in connection with Ms. Weber about how to create language around that item.
Okay, so if I may follow up on that, then then the other term, town representative, is a different potential person at that point. So I guess, and then what I heard from intern CEO, that it would be helpful to have that conversation this evening as to who that might be potentially in the future. Is that correct?
Sir, if I could, through you to Councilor Haas, to all the members of the committee of the whole, yes. Again, we don't anticipate this being, in essence, in some ways, an operational agreement that the representatives to the board would be that person. But the agreement contemplates a town representative, or in this case, it references the town. So I think we want to be clear as to who that would be. I will say administratively, I would prefer it not be council, because that would be very operationally just very burdensome. But at the same time, I'm sure council needs to know, given just a few of the things I've read that reference, if you will, the powers of this town representative, just exactly who that might be and who that you want that to be. So.
Thank you, ICO. Ms. Wade, did you want to add?
Thank you, Chair. Just to build on what ICA O'Hanlon was saying, so under the previous or sort of continuing nature of working with the golf course and other agreements, those do fall within my department. And the practice that we have had is that when they have a request or we're noticing that those funds are going over whatever it may be, that they reach out to myself as a member of admin, and then we escalate that through the CAO to determine when and if items are required to go before council, or alternatively, we simply meet with finance and kind of make those decisions internally as prescribed by the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Haas, are you?
Yeah, I just wanted to have the conversation, and I guess that looking for administration's advice on who that person might be, not knowing the organization. So I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. If I could just follow on that. I think with that then, and because this is identified as something that needs to be fleshed out and brought back on March 15th, I think if council maybe tonight would allow us to do that, to commit to doing that. And then on the 15th, we will have something, we'll have it populated, we'll have it defined, at least preliminarily, and then council can suggest whether that's acceptable, appropriate, or if you'd like to change it at that time, rather than trying to maybe sort it out right now. Allow us that opportunity and we'll bring it on March 15th.
You comfortable with that, Councillor Haas?
Yep. Okay.
Okay, Councillor LeBaron.
Yeah, I just, as a follow-up to that, I think it'd be a disaster to have that person be a counselor. I mean, if I read through this agreement, the touch points for that person are oftentimes administrative in nature. And to lay that responsibility with a counselor, I think could be a mistake.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor LeBaron. Okay, Councillor Taylor.
All due respect to your opinion, I have heard the Golf Society say that when they have had a member of council there, they have found it valuable that he brings information back from council to them.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor LeBaron.
I agree completely. I think a counselor should be on the board. I just don't think the person defined in this agreement as the town representative.
Yeah, totally.
Should be
Sorry,
council.
I wasn't. Thinking cap wasn't on
All
that.
right. Yeah.
Sorry, forget what I said.
We agree, as we
Forget what I
always
said.
do.
Councillor Haas and then Councillor Race.
And that's okay. I was going to speak to that, but I'm good now. So thank you.
Councillor Race.
So, thank you, sir, very much. So the town representative, would there be a backup person in the event that that town representative got sick or left the organization, that somebody would have the knowledge that they had dealing with the golf course?
Through you, sir, to Council Reese, all the members, I would suggest that, yes, it's an important enough role that you would have a delegation associated with this. So the duties would be delegated to another individual that would be familiar with the responsibilities in the event of an absence or sick.
Okay. Council, you have no one else. You, Councillor Haas.
I'm just gonna put out there the committee direct administration to bring the Hinton Golfing Society 2022 operating agreement back to the March 15th, 2022 regular council meeting for decision. If I can speak to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that based on administration's plans to move forward, what is going to come to us on the 15th, I'm satisfied that, I think that some of the questions have obviously been answered or will be answered. Just giving Ms. Weber that time to flush out with finances and working with Ms. Way as well. So I'm, happy to give that time to the March 15th and see what it looks like then. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Haas. Council, we have a proposed direction. Also, too, just a reminder that once this is called to question, it doesn't prohibit us from making additional comments or directions as well. So, any comments regarding the proposed direction? Oh, seeing none, if we could see it then, we'll call the question. Was moved by Councillor Haas. That committee direct administration to bring the Hinton Golfing Society 2022 operating agreement back to the March 15th, 2022 regular council meeting for a decision. Council, all those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Councillor Haas.
I just have a clarifying question for administration, because I know the second option was the 6-year lease or looking at a 6-year term because of the lease. That doesn't stop you from potentially bringing it back to council with that proposal and then discussing it on March 15th, potentially, correct? Like, you don't need a motion of council to do that, do you?
Administration.
No, sir, if I could, and Debbie, feel free to join in. No, we have the direction of council to bring this back March 15th, and we have options available that can be presented. And in the options section of our report, we'll offer that as if it makes sense. And from what we've heard here tonight, then we'll bring that forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haas. Council, anything further? Nothing. Brings us to discussion items. Administration. Discussion.
Sorry, sir.
Yep.
5.6.
Oh, my, sorry. Jeez,
I apologize, but
can we just skip that one? Okay, my apologies. 5.6, 2022 operating budget and 2023-2025 plan approval.
That was a little one.
Yeah, it's minor. ICAO Hanlon.
thank you, sir. Through you to the members of the committee of the whole. The recommended action here is that the accept this report for information and direct administration to return the 2022 operating budget, the 2023-2025 operating plan to the March 1st, 2022 meeting of council for action. I think we're all familiar with the background and the history on this, and having brought this back most recently to the February 1st and February 15th meetings of council. February 15th, there were 3 questions raised by council. I know there was some others as well, but there was 3 specifically that administration took away and wanted to bring some more information back. And so the first, in no particular order, being honest, the first was the salaries and benefits breakdown. So we do see in the salaries and benefits between 2021 approved and 2022 proposed, there was an increase of $639,771.12, and a quite a legitimate question as to just exactly what did that make up. And so I kind of dove into it, and I apologize, I wasn't better prepared for that question on the 15th, because once I got a chance to get in there. So I've summarized in the table directly out of the GL codes from the proposed budget, those 10 items. And so the 10th is at the top of page 68. But you will see salaries, wages, standby hours, or hourly wages, benefits, allowances and honorariums, as well as, that's the totals, excuse me, sorry. So there's the 9 general ledger accounts. So you do see as we go through there, and maybe what I'll just, on the table here, you see of the $639,000, about 6.1% is the salaries. And the salaries, to be very clear, are your non-unionized staff here at the town of Hinton. And so this does make up a handful of step increments that are coming forward this coming year and budgeting for that. There is no cost of living increase, and that does reflect the $39,188 in that area. Salaries for overtime, again, this is anticipating a increase of $19,929. So fairly substantial. You'll see as a percentage year over year, it's 100%, but of that 639, it's actually 3.1%. The main reason for that is actually in the right-hand corner of the room here, and historically we've not accounted for overtime for the staff that come here Tuesday evenings and cover this off. And of course, that's not appropriate because it still got paid in the past. It was just never budgeted. So the increase this year is to reflect the Tuesday evening overtime for the additional positions here, that particularly the unionized position that has some specific conditions of employment. The wages on the third line. So now when we get to wages, that's our unionized members. And you do see that's a substantial increase. The $330,000 is about 51% of that amount. And that's per our union agreement. And so we're bound by that for the coming year. Similarly, the next line item, 1.2%, it's not huge, but $7,400 is the wages for overtime. The standby as well, there's an increase there. Again, not significant, 1% of it, but that's again per the union agreement. What you see under hourly and the 9,634 is not unionized. So the hourly number that you see there are independent contractors that we utilize that are not employees, but that we have on a contract basis, or we use them throughout the year on occasion. And so there's an increase factored in for that. The benefits took a fairly substantial hit this year. It's a bit of a one-off, but it is substantial. And I gotta sorry, I need to make sure I get this correct. So this is representing the town's benefits obligations. That's both union and non-unionized employees. The benefit increases were up substantially, attributable to ongoing contracts, inflationary pressures. But the main thing was we have failed since 2017 to budget and account for our long-term disability coverage. So this is not catching all those years up, but it is adding that long-term disability coverage into the budget for 2022. So if it makes sense, it's a one-time bump, because every year after this it'll be in there, but it's added this year. And so that's why you've seen a fairly substantial increase under benefits at 27%. That was budgeting for that long-term disability obligation. Allowances, again, this was one where council had contributed to a fairly substantial reduction in the proposed budget, and it was originally proposed at $121,000, but as council may recall, in our preliminary discussions in February, we had already identified that as an opportunity to reduce that to $85,000. So we see a fairly substantial savings proposed in there already. It just wasn't reflected yet. So that hopefully explains that. The honorariums remained unchanged, and the honorariums are per council's policy on honorarium and recoveries. Perhaps, sir, with that was the first question, and a bit of my response to that And certainly if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take those now, or we can continue on to the next one.
I do have some questions, so we might as well jump on
Sure.
them now, and then once they're exhausted, then you can move on to the next one. Councillor Haas and then Councillor LaBerge.
Yeah, thank you, interim CEO. I guess my questions is around benefits. And another question came up with your explanation of it. So I'm going to start with my first question. What does inflationary pressures mean in terms? What is that? Like, how does, tell me about that.
Well, sorry, let me, so when we came out of the February 15th meeting, I kind of threw the questions out to all of my staff, and I did assemble some of the answers here. So my understanding on what I heard back from inflationary pressures is just the rate of inflation this year is up. Now, we're still in contracts, but there still are some things that we do provide to our employees that are going to be affected by 5, 6, 7% rates of inflation this year. And so it does increase that. That's not the substantial one. I do want to be clear. The substantial one for benefits is the accounting now of that missed long-term disability coverage.
So that's my follow-up question on that. Where was that coming from before? Like, I mean, you can't say that we've had long-term benefits in the past, I'm assuming. That it just didn't pop up today, but where was that coming from?
Well, so this one specifically came from the unionized agreement. Sorry, I'm reading because again, this was shared with me, but 2017, it was agreed to with the union, and it was agreed to for unionized and non-unionized to make consistent coverage. And so each year after that, so I'm going to assume 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, it was paid, but, and I know council has heard this a lot, budgeted versus actuals. So you would have seen in those years that your budgeted amounts were a certain amount, your actuals were higher because it still got paid. This year, finance decided it needed to be captured, and it should have been captured in 2018. But so it's now captured and identified in the budgeted amount and is not now just dealt with after the fact. And so, sorry, that's about the best answer I can give you.
Oh, and if I may, I mean, I assumed that was what the answer was going to be, but I appreciate now the actuals that it's included in that for sure. So thank you. Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Haas, Councillor LaBerge, and then Councillor Rice.
So line 3 is our union employees. So we signed a contract with the union giving them a 6.4% pay increase this year.
So what the 6.4 would equal, so let's go with the $330,724. So one of the questions I had was, were there more positions? There were not any more positions, unionized positions. But the 330 is twofold. So you do have a cost of living increase for unionized, and you do have steps. So it's a bit of a mix of both. So if you will, yes, the union agreement nets for union members 6.4% this year. But it's a combination of COLA and steps. So it's not one or the other, it's both. And again, a reminder to council, we are this is the final year of the current contract, so.
Thank you. Councillor LaBerge.
I'm stunned, but yeah.
Some additional explanation or?
No, I mean, if it's contractual, it is, but that blows me away.
Yeah, council, I feel we need a little more explanation there. Because I have an understanding that it's not just, I'm comprehending what ICAO Hamlin's saying. It's not just cost of living, that it's changes in position that bring additional salary, and that number's combined in there. But Councillor Haas?
Yeah, just to, I mean, I'm too, as well as Councillor Bard, shocked at that too, but I'm happy to know that in this current budget, we're hiring a negotiator going into the next that might help in this area for the future as well. So, you know, that's how I'm looking at it in the future. So.
Okay. Councillor Race, and then Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at salaries, 39,000, and so prior to 2013, the committee of the whole or standing committee meeting was held at 12 o'clock noon on Tuesdays, not at 7 at night. In other municipalities, do you see this meeting being held during the day, assisting cutting costs, or at nighttime?
Sir, through you to Councillor Race, generally, there tends to be rural and urban. And so rural do tend, for whatever reason, and my experience has been Parkland County, Thornhill County, Woodlands County, they met during the day. And so it aligned better with the typical 8 to 4, 8 to 5 of your staff. And it didn't lead to many evening meetings unless you wanted to call an evening meeting, schedule an evening meeting because of a public hearing, or you wanted to make a little greater engagement. Urbans tend to be evenings, Monday night, Tuesday night. They tend to be. So I don't know how good an answer that is, but that's generally my experience. Now, some do either reduce the frequency of meetings or move certain meetings to daytime hours, but that isn't always available for the membership of the council. And it's to reduce the overtime costs. So, you know, I do want to be clear, and you know, 1 month in, I've had this discussion with most of the staff. The staff that we can do this with, and provided they're on top of their workflow, they flex their schedules. So they're not collecting overtime to be here. I'll be honest, if they're unionized, the union doesn't allow flex time. So if they are unionized, they are obligated to charge overtime, which is unfortunate because I think can't flex their schedule to kind of avoid the overtime.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Reese, Councillor Taylor. Ross?
So just on that note, is that something that in the future we're going to look at negotiating that flex time potentially into the future?
I mean, I would never want to kind of go into negotiation explaining what, but I would certainly hope so. Because I think that it benefits the employee. It doesn't just benefit it doesn't just benefit us, it benefits the employee. I mean, I think every individual around this table realizes that some of our meetings can go to 10, 11 o'clock at night. And if I've got an employee who is unionized and had to be here since 8 o'clock this morning, that's a really long day for them. Whereas if they can flex their schedule, if their workload allows, I just think that's so much better for the employee. So
I only just speak from opinion, becoming from a unionized environment. I have flex time in mind, and it's great. So yeah. It just baffles me that there isn't in ours currently.
I would like to be having that discussion with her.
Off top. Thank you. Sorry, Council.
Councillor Ross, Council. Councillor Taylor.
If I could. With respect to budget options for 2022, since there's no more questions, I think we've got some good news if we look at the report that we get following this, and that's that the arrival of the year-end financial statements provide us with budget options we didn't previously have. And that's with the $853,000 surplus that we mentioned. And so I think the situation that we face today is similar to the situation that we faced with the library and the arrival of their financials coming a little bit later. And we all seem to enthusiastically endorse the solution that we had with the library. But I think the bottom line is, in light of the situation our residences and businesses face at council, we need to do better than the 3%. This seems to amount to a 3% tax increase for 2022. And we need to exercise restraint like many of our households have had to in the last year. Everybody in town's faced a pandemic, lowered economic conditions, and now everybody's going to face rising inflation, including increased heating, electrical bills, rising carbon tax. We need to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. I think one significant problem we face is that in our proposed operating budget, I know there's other information, but is that our salaries, wages, and benefits have increased by 16% in the last 5 years, and this is 50% above the consumer price index. And our 2022 budget proposes a 5.4% increase in salaries, wages, and benefits, as opposed to a 3.2% increase in the average Alberta weekly earnings in the last year. As a result, the total proportion of town expenses that's now made up of salaries, wages, and benefits is approaching 40% of our budget. And yet it's being proposed that we pay $260,000, basically more than this expense, if you go 5.4 to 3.2, than the provincial average. So I'm proposing two options here, which is the pleasure of council. Option one is we redirect administration back to look at the operational budget and look for $260,000 of savings prior to budget approval, and bring that in line with provincial norms and ask them to really go at it and sharpen their pencils. That's one option. I don't know where you stand on that one. The other one, it would be another choice, might be to direct administration to reduce reserves at this point by $260,000. Apply those savings to a reduced tax rate, which could get us down to the 1% range. And then to direct administration to find the $260,000 in savings in the first 6 months of 2022 through two avenues. One could be the proposed good news of $853,000 identified of surplus identified in our 2021 year-end report. Another could be an organizational review that's conducted by June 30th of 2022. Option two does give administration time to conduct the year-end audit to confirm the surplus. And it gives it time for a thoughtful organizational review looking for efficiencies. And the other thing to look at is, if you look at our investment capacity for the last 10 years, as represented by low debt, reasonable reserves, and legal borrowing limit, it has never been better than it is right now. So that shows that take a little bit out of reserves, it poses no risk to our investment capacity. And but if we're going to take the chance of option two, the other thing that we got to be aware of is that if we're using reserves now to cover projected operational savings later, this is only a good strategy if we find those savings and put them back in. Otherwise, we're just dodging the problem and pretending to address it. So those are the two options that I see. And I appreciate if you have any comments on either option. Maybe you want to move on to a completely different topic. I don't know.
You, Councilor Taylor? Council? Councilor Race and then Councilor Devers.
Thank you to administration. How much do we have in our restricted and non-restricted reserve right now?
Sorry, I'm going to ask, sir, through you. Ruth, are you with us? Jen, is Ruth, sir, I believe that.
Yes, I am.
Hi, Ruth. I don't know if you heard Councillor Race's question. And I apologize, I don't have this right at my fingertips here. The question was, and I'm going to go to our audited 2020 year-end statements, which are the most recent ones that we have available, the amount of our restricted reserves and unrestricted reserves. And
Yes.
Sorry, I believe that Councillor Taylor may have that as well. I do.
You have it in front of you, sorry, intern CAO?
I don't, and I'm not sure if Councillor Taylor wishes, I believe he may have those numbers.
I'm sure, I prefer they're confirmed by administration though.
So if you could, Ruth, could you look those up?
Actually,
Oh, sorry.
that'd be consolidated financial statement for 2020 right here.
Okay.
May I reference that? Is that a good enough document for you?
That would be the balance that you would be using.
And if you go to note number 10 and you subtract off the equity intangible capital assets, then you get a number of 12,728,630. That's the year-end number for 2020. The number 12,700,000. The number that the CAO gave me this afternoon, which is just a tentative number for 2021, is $13,560,000. That would be the equivalent number today. 13,560,000. And our reserves have never, our surplus and our restricted and non-restricted reserves in the last 10 years have never been as high. That's $13,560,000.
May I ask Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, if we could just 1 second let ICAO Alan speak to the numbers and the comments.
Thank you, Councillor. So I can confirm that Councillor Taylor is correct, and possibly just to further to the comments, and this is unaudited what I'm going to share with council now, so I do want to be very clear to that. But we have seen in the last couple of years year-end surpluses a couple of years ago of over $2 million, which honestly for a municipality of our size is too great. That does suggest that the budgeting could be tightened up to a couple of years ago, we were at 1.4 million. And this year we can't quite yet confirm it, but we're projecting a surplus of $856,000. And that is a surplus with everything in that we hope to confirm with the 2021 year-end audit. Now that joins with, and we heard the language of the accumulated surplus. So year over year, you do have a surplus. And so that surplus is projected, if the 2021 surplus of $856,923 is correct, that would then see us hitting, excuse me, a number of 13,560,000 for the 2021 year end. Now that's an unrestricted, that's essentially an unrestricted, your accumulated surplus is unrestricted. And council by motion could, if you wished, and I'm speaking to the comment made by Councillor Taylor here, you could direct some of that money elsewhere if you wished at a later date by motion of council. But that would be only after administration's recommendation would be that would only be after the completion of the audit, and the audit is presented to council and we confirm what that number is. Ruth, anything I'm missing in that answer?
No, I think you've got it down pat.
Thanks.
Councilor Ray, sorry, you had a follow-up.
Yeah, so that's 13,560,000 is with the surplus. Is that restricted and unrestricted money?
Yes, it is.
You know, I think that's just amazing because I read not that long ago that we were sitting around 7 million. So to have 13, that's truly amazing. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Reese, Councilor LaBerge.
I'm actually good for now.
Council? Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a timeline for the confirmed audit for this. First quarter or end of first quarter, is this going into second quarter of 2022?
I'm, sir, through you to Mayor Michaels and Ruth, I don't know, do we have a preliminary timeline yet with finance and our auditor? Have we, I'm sure we're starting to provide them with documents, but do we have a preliminary when they hope to present to council?
Yes, I believe he's aiming for April the 5th meeting. Now, we had to push that out a little bit because of some of the delays related to us getting the quarter 4 financials. So he had preliminarily said April the 5th for the report to council.
So if I could, just following on that, I would expect that I'm gonna add 2 weeks. So I'm gonna suggest that by April 19th, we should be presenting audited statements for year end 2021 for the review and consideration of council. In some communities that I've been involved with, that has been as late as the first meeting in May. So the timelines that Ruth is presenting are fairly consistent with some of the communities I've been involved in.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, can I follow up?
Yep.
I'm open to both suggestions that Councillor Taylor made. We can look at what else we can find. But I definitely support with this information in the timing of it in April, followed by our tax rate bylaw coming to us in the first 2 weeks of May, where we will have the ability, if 856 is completely off, to make an adjustment of what the bill will be, what the mill rate will be for our residents. We decide that in May. That at the very least, I would support taking some monies out of reserves in order to lower the impact on our tax payers. But again, in the same breath, I'm not against looking at other ways to still find operational savings. But I think with this information and the ability for us to change the tax rate bylaw, the mill rate in May, I think I have a hard time doing a 3% mill rate tax increase with these new numbers that are fairly healthy. So that's my train of thought at the moment until I hear more from council. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Michaels, I see Bill Hamlin, want to respond?
Thank you, sir, and respectfully to Mayor Michaels, I don't believe we can be setting the mill rate bylaw in May. We do need to be setting the mill rate bylaw end of April, possibly. I'd have to check the meetings in May, maybe the first meeting in May, but we have to have our mill rates out by the middle of May. And so we've got some obligations around that. So just my apologies. I just don't believe we certainly don't have the last meeting in May for this, and I don't believe we'll have the first, but I think we'll have to be setting the mill rate by the last meeting of April.
May I follow up? If you could provide council that information. I only base that on previously we've always passed it in May. To my recollection, the last 4 years have been in no earlier than May 6th. So I'm just basing it on our 4 years prior, but any info administration can provide council on the timeline that would affect it, then we could continue that conversation at another meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels, and Councillor Taylor, and then Councillor Larish.
Just to correct a point that Councillor Race said earlier, that reserves in the last few years have been at 7 million. They haven't. Since 2013, the reserves have been consistently over $8 million. Currently, they're at as high as they have been in the last 10 years. They've never been at $7 million. The other encouraging number that we can't forget, we just can't concentrate on reserves because we're looking at investment capacity, and that's a combination of your debt and your reserves. Our debt has never been as low as what it is right now. So that's a very encouraging number. And then that our investment capacity I'm using for that is how much we can borrow. It's never been as large as it is right now. For what Councillor Mayor Michael said, I suggested two avenues for funding the extra money. One was the 853, and the other was we look at an organizational review that could look at possible wages and salaries, wages, possible savings in salaries, wages, and benefits. And the reason why I think that's reasonable is we have solid evidence that we're seeing salary, wages, and benefit creep in the last 5 years, and even with this year, with our numbers being out of sync with the average Alberta earnings in Alberta. So yeah, I mean, people have been reduced revenues, reduced salaries, and we've been slowly creeping up so that it's a higher percentage of our total expenses. We gotta grab control of our expenses. And this is one way to do it without putting pressure on right away, is to look at both these avenues. And I mean, I think that we can look at maybe trying to get that audit so we could get some verifiable number before the end of whatever month you're talking about in April. But so I see two options there.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor LaBerge, and then Councillor Haas.
Just a comment on the two options, actually using the 856, essentially giving the taxpayer back the money you've collected last year that you didn't need and say, see, now we saved you some money. Let's give them the money back, but I think we need to do the work of actually having a look at the 270. Again, I take a look at it and I look at revenue that went from the 2021 budget to today. We're going to collect an extra $737,000 that isn't considered anywhere, and we're talking about a 3% tax increase of $390,000. It's $1.1 million increase over the 2021 approved budget. And it's, for me, I think we have to have a look at those numbers. They're massive.
Councillor LaBerge, Councillor Haas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in agreement in the organizational review. My only, I guess, question to administration is, because in my experience, we've had an organizational review done in the past, and past council, it was quite a large bill, and it wasn't a full organizational review. So my only thing about that is it budgeted for in 2022? We didn't look at that and what that cost might look like. So to consider an organizational review by June of 2022, I guess that's my only wonder is where that money will come from to have that done. Now, whether that is, in my experience, or I guess limited experience in, is it's typically an organization or someone contracted to come in and do that. I'm not sure if doing an internal one is reasonable. That's my thoughts. So, but to administration, any comment?
Councillor Haas, administration.
Sir, through you to the councillor, to all the members of the committee of the whole, it is not currently in the 2022 budget to undertake, to bring an external contractor in and to undertake that work. As to whether or not, well, I'm going to suggest probably not possible to have it done here in March, April, May, June internally. But is there some possible savings available there? I believe there could be, but it would take time.
So if I could build on that, I mean, again, I think it's a good idea. We have to. I think we need to look at that. I just a reasonable long time to have that done, I guess, is what my concern is for this year. Maybe for next year, but I don't know if it's possible this year. That's it. So thank you.
Councillor Haas, that's why I have no one else in the queue at this time. Councillor Reese.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick question to Councillor Stewart. Did you say we've never been reserves at 7 million?
In the last 10 years.
In the last 10 years?
Yes.
Never been at 7,
No.
always above 7.
Yes. Restricted and unrestricted surplus is what I'm talking about.
Come on.
Yeah, note 10 in the, note 12 in the consolidated financial statements is the number I referred to.
Councillor Reese. Council. Councilor Taylor.
Well, in the interest of making progress, I'd like to at least throw option one out, see where we stand on that. Direct administration to reduce the operational budget by 260,000 prior to our budget approval. Yeah, and I guess essentially by this, I'm saying, let's go back and have another look and have a deep dive at these numbers, because some of these percentage increases and the argument that Brian presents, and I think the argument I present are compelling, that having a deep dive, a deeper look and looking at a few more options as to what we can do is incumbent upon us based on the situation that our residents and business taxpayers face in town. Might delay the final taxes a bit, but we could get a few more options there.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Taylor. Sorry, Councilor Taylor, I just want to make sure that the motion that was captured was what you were intending.
I think so.
Just want to make sure.
Anybody can approve it, then looking for suggestions.
I'll do ICO Hanlon and then Mayor Michaels.
I'm sorry to interrupt on a proposed motion. We've utilized throughout this budget process the baseline operating budget. I don't know if Councilor Taylor, because the baseline takes out other business cases and other objects and other items of potential cutting. If it's out of the baseline that this is to come out of, that's different than what we've been discussing for the first part of 2022. And I just want to see clarification on that.
Councilor Taylor.
So I should be putting a baseline budget in there?
I'm seeking the direction of the committee of the whole on this.
I'm asking for help.
Well, I would suggest so, because what we don't want is the cancellation of particular projects that council said, yes, do this, and then,
Yeah,
you know, administration comes back and says, well, we found your money, we just canceled all the things you guys want.
Yeah, that's fine.
It doesn't work. And I'm being facetious, of course.
Okay, well, if you could, we could make that change, that'd be great.
So you want to change the proposed direction to capture baseline budget?
Yes, please.
If you could let admin know what word use that you want, please.
To reduce the baseline operational budget. I think that says it.
Mayor Michaels and then Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I support this. I guess I have my question to administration and for council and for anyone who's watching this, just to kind of make sense of this intuitively. With these huge surpluses, which seem to have an impact on the budget, wouldn't it be administration's recommendation that if we've had $1.3 million surplus, $2 million surplus, $850,000 surplus, that cutting the budget, we should be able to find 260? Or can you speak to what the target, or what do we think that the surplus will be in the 2023 budget? Because I'm starting to see a trend and I'm stuck on that. I'd like a little dialogue or perception from administration on the surpluses and the impact it has on having the proper target for operations. And I hope I explained that a little bit clear, but I think it's an important thing to marry together, is these are huge additional surpluses in targeting our 2022 budget.
Mayor Michaels, administration, is that something you can speak to?
Sir, through you to Mayor Michaels, to the members of the committee of the whole, I guess respectfully, I would suggest they're no longer huge. They've been large in the past. And actually, by getting them even down to that 860,000 range, that's far more typical of a well-budgeted community of our size. 1.4, 2.1 million, that's pretty flush. So I guess in terms of trends, we're seeing a downward trajectory, which is a good thing. I don't want to suggest it's not a good thing. It's not good to have 7-figure surpluses. That's a bad thing. And so we do see a downward trend. I don't think we can project what next year is, based on the proposed budget. I don't think I can tell you what the 2022 surplus may be. It just depends on certain projects that maybe not proceeding. And so some costs and monies don't get spent that are expended for. And that's, of course, every year what leads to the surplus that the town of Hinton experiences. And most municipalities experience. So, I think we're good. I would intuitively like to be in that 600,000 to 800,000 range from a surplus standpoint, because you don't want to cut it too close, because again, the surplus is simply some things don't proceed. So I don't know how well that answers that question. But, I would like us, like I said, to be closer to that $600,000 surplus range in the future. And then, there is some capacity for the municipality to consider the uses of that surplus in future years. And again, just a reminder, and I'm trying not to split hairs with council, it's not yet a reserve, it's just a surplus. And so I did hear Councilor Bears talking about, money that has come from the taxpayer, and certainly administration recognizes that. And so we need to be very careful on our budgeting, and we hope to continue to do so going forward.
Thank you for that, Councilor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In thinking about time, I think what I will do is I will email CAO my question about baseline operational budgets. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Councilor Race. I had myself in queue next. I guess my question is for Councilor Taylor, I guess, or whoever wants to respond. I'm wondering how the proposed direction is materially different than the direction that was submitted on February 1st regular council meeting, where there was a motion to put reserve contributions up to 3.133 million. And then to find any shortfall in the operation budget to the amount of $300,000. I'm just wondering how this motion is materially different, and how there's an expectation that what administration brings back is going to be any different or any more palatable to council than it was previously. Councilor Taylor?
Well, anybody else can answer too. My thought would be it can't be the same things they've already brought back. It has to be a deeper dive looking at some of the possibilities. And I think that's possible when you look at the expense increases that we've got here.
Okay, so if I may, before I go to ICO Hamlin, that's not captured in the direction to administration. As of right now, it's a completely open direction to go and find, sorry, I forget the number, $270,000 in savings. So I'm not sure. I'll listen to what the rest of council has to say. ICO Hamlin.
Sir, I don't need to speak this time.
Thank you, Councilor Ross.
I share the same concern, because it was brought back to us last time in closed session and nothing came from that. So I guess that's my same concern, is if it wasn't there then, I guess, is it going to be there again, and is it going to be the same? Like that's how it's worded. So that's my same concerns. So
I'm going to follow up on my own comment. My concern, we could continue doing this interminably. We can keep doing this forever. Direct administration to go find some savings, administration bring some proposed savings back to us. We go, we don't like those savings, go find us different ones. That can just keep going on and on and on. At some point, if there's an appetite of council for where to find those savings at, I think that needs to be communicated to administration so that they're able to bring back something that council can support. Because at some point, we do have to pass an operational budget. Not saying it has to happen today or next week, but at some point it has to happen. Councillor Taylor, you wanted to respond?
We'll leave it the way it is.
Councillor Ross?
Yeah, and that's, my mind is the biggest budgetary thing is the contracted services. And I mean, I'm guessing if we were to direct them to look at contracted services and potentially find a savings in there, that might be possible for administration. Because I know interim CEO has mentioned, I mean, you know, those big tech items for that amount is where you're really gonna find your savings if there is going to be. At least then we give them a target, potentially where to look at, and if there is none, there is none. Then they come back to us and say, we've gone through it all, and I mean, and if it's service levels or whatever, or it's, but to me, that's the area, it's been brought up numerous times, that area, and the size of that I think it's $7 point some million. That would be more reasonable, but I agree with Councillor Stashik that, you know, if we tell them to go back, administration go back, and then are we going to be happy with those, and where does it end? And we've been there before, and that's what we tried to avoid in this budgetary process, and we seem to be there again. So,
Councillor Ross, Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I can be more specific. Like I could make it specific to salaries, wages, and benefits, and contracted services as areas to look at.
Thank you. I see you all have.
If I could, and I, with due respect to Councillor Taylor, the salaries and benefits area are contractual. I can bring you thousands of dollars back. I can't bring you $260,000 back. That's not obligated under contract. So I've heard discussions that there's areas that have substantial meat on the bone. These are areas that are contractually meat on the bone, and I have no capacity, and to be honest, council has no capacity to address those this year. We can address those in future budget years, but I don't have capacity in that area to cut $260,000 without going in counter.
and is that in regards to CEO or interim CEO to contracted services as well? Just to clarify.
Well,
as I get what you're saying with salaries.
I think, and there's just a portion of the discussion that isn't occurring right now. I think we could certainly look at contracted services, but there is inevitably a service level discussion with that.
Right.
Council cannot, in my opinion, suggest to cut $260,000 out of contracted services and say with no service level reduction, because I can't do that. Now, we see savings in some of these areas due to things not proceeding, due to weather, due to any number of due to COVID. But because it's contracted, we have, again, obligations on going out to contract, awarding contracts, expected contracts that are tied to service levels. And if we say the money's not there, in good faith, we can't tender it, we can't go to tender, we can't contract, we can't take it out there. And so that it immediately speaks in the second quarter of the year, what are we cutting? And that's just, and I appreciate the potential frustration of council around this, that, well, but then we have a surplus at the end of the year, but that's because COVID happens or weather happens or whatever happens. But to do it at the front end, it has to suggest there's certain things that aren't going to proceed.
Thank you. I see you now. I have Councillor LaBerge and then Michael.
I guess where I struggle on this, and I mean, I don't want to define it anymore. We're talking about less than 1% of the budget. And we got some reductions before. They were travels, training, and legal. There was, in my opinion, no significant cuts in operations. And now we're talking about less than 1% of the budget. I would really like to see options. And to speak to what came back the last time, in my humble opinion, those proposals largely were completely politically unpalatable. That's what we're provided with. I don't know how in a $30 million budget, we can't get some realistic options. And for council to get in and start counting, I mean, we've had these discussions so many times about staying in your lane and make sure where you, but so now what needs to happen to find 1%, a bunch of people that don't know anything about the operation need to go into the operation and start cutting money. Like, at what level do we have a realistic discussion about this? I mean, we've added $1.1 million of additional revenue since last year in this budget. We paid off $400,000 worth of debentures. That's available for this year's budget. Like, at what point do we go, well, we don't want to go into the financial statements, but we demand that our administration provide realistic options? I mean, that's where I'm at right now. So, and I mean, we could go on forever, but that's a dumb solution to this. Just my thoughts. I don't know. Councilor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share the exact same frustration as Councilor LaBerge, and I know many of us have talked about this, but I'm going to strongly support, if there is a direction after this motion, to at least take the burden off the taxpayer with the financial position that we are as a municipality. It's very positive. So that I'll support. For this, I was originally going to support this, but as much as I want to find these savings, I look at council being together for 48 months and trying to get this right. And we're trying to hit a grand slam right now. And if our ICAO is saying that any cuts are going to impact services, as much as it kills me, it's going to be something that I'll tackle in the coming months. And you know, at the quarterlies, when we look at them and prepare ourselves for the 2023 budget, because I don't want to cut services. So if that's what administration is saying, I have no choice at the moment to focus on the impact to the taxpayer and dissect this and try to understand and make sure that we lay a strong foundation in 2023 and 2024 for something that we can go out to the community and explain. Because part of my frustration that I agree with is it's hard to explain these numbers, and it seems that there must be a way to cut it. But if we can't do it without services, I don't know what we can do today. So with that, I won't support this at the moment until we can find a solution to either contracted services or whatever the topic is without impacting services. So for that, I won't be supporting this at this moment. Thanks.
Michaels. So I have no one else. So race.
I'd like to move to extend.
Point to administration, can we do that when we have a motion on the table? That's always direction on the table.
I think we have to deal with the direction and then come back. Sorry.
No, that's why I went to it again. That's what I thought this too, so. Council, anything further on the proposed direction? Seeing no further comment. Called question, Councillor Taylor's direction requested, committee direct administration to reduce the baseline operational budget by $260,000 prior to council's budget approval. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? That was defeated 4-2. You guys get the vote?
LaBerge and Taylor.
LaBerge and Taylor were in favor, yep.
Favor, okay, thank you.
Okay, Council, Councillor Taylor.
Move we extend the meeting, please.
Scoop Councilor Reese.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, please, have the motion.
What a jerk.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Council, we
You fed me.
have a motion by Councilor Taylor to extend the
No,
meeting.
no, please, I defer. I remove my motion. I refuse.
Oh my God. Councilor Reese, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make the motion to extend.
Thank you, Councilor Reese. Council, all those in favor? It's carried. 6-0. Council, anything further on the 2022 operating budget and 2023-2025 plan approval? That's all you're
Go
going to.
first.
Councilor Haas and then Councilor Taylor.
I'd like just if interim CEO could speak to the other two questions in that report, just to, because I know one of them was the audit question or the auditor question and how it was perceived to be some savings and not. So I think I understand it, but just maybe to speak to that.
Sir, through you to Councillor Haas, to all of the committee of the whole. This was a specific question, and it's a fair question, is that we had presented the new auditor contract as being a cost savings to the town of Hinton. We have proposed 2022 budget amount of $59,080, which I understand to be, and Ruth just confirmed this for me. I didn't get a chance to talk today, but I believe this is the contract award for the new contract, and it's supposed to capture everything that comes up. So past years, so for instance, in 2021, again, the budgeted amount was $40,000. By the time we got through the audit, we dealt with the golf course and we dealt with some other things that got tacked on. The actual was actually $87,713.25. Similarly, in 2020, with some other tack-ons, the original $45,000 amount landed at $63,277. So my understanding is going forward, the $59,080 represents, yes, the new contract for services, but also captures all of the additional items. So again, more accurate budgeting, and hopefully, certainly shouldn't be any significant surprises. And so I hope that answers that one a little better, and maybe just again, if there's any questions specific, but.
Thank you, ICO Hanlon. Any questions on that item? Well, again, and I'll make it as a comment, ICO Hanlon, is that $30,000 was used as justification for hiring a finance manager, savings on the auditor, and it's just, I don't know, when I take a look at, we didn't pay a whole bunch of stuff that was overtime and special thing. It's just, it seems strange that $30,000 would have been, as a savings in the finance department, would have been used as justification for hiring another person. It just seems weird. Sure. Thank you. That's all. Okay, if there's nothing further on the second one, we can move on to the third one. I see you, Hamel.
Thank you, sir. In the last question, and unfortunately, Mr. Osmond was not able to provide it. But my takeaway was that in the proposed 2022 operating budget, there was a desire to see a consolidated budget or consolidation by department. And so again, not every line item perhaps, and not necessarily everything that had a $10,000 variance or a 10% variance. But I believe the intent being that all of council, anyone in the community could take a look by department and see a percentage increase year over year, a dollar increase year over year. And if there was anything that really jumped out, say for instance, why is this particular department 12% over? Some explanation as to why or what that may be. So Mr. Osmond, actually, he and I've been texting back and forth here. He's got some questions on this, but he's working on that and has committed to have that available and will be circulated with the agenda for the next council meeting. And so my apologies, it's not available here tonight.
Thank you, ICO Hanlon. Council, any questions or comments on that one? Okay, Is there anything further for the 2022 operating budget? Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion if I could, please. Like, this is a long one.
You're loud and slow.
Direct administration to reduce reserves by $260,000 and to apply these savings to a reduced tax rate. Period. And further, to direct administration to find $260,000 in savings in the first 6 months of first 7 months, I'm sorry, of 2022 through 2 avenues. The proposed $853,000 surplus identified in our 2021 year-end report. I think it's called the year-end report. 2021 year-end report is what it's called. What's it called?
It's item 8.1.
So did I call it the right name?
No, sorry, you'll want to copy and paste, sorry.
Just hold on a second, Councillor Taylor, and just and then get your motion caught up there.
Okay, thanks.
I hate to interrupt. It's Heather here through the mayor. If I could speak.
Yeah, go ahead, Heather.
That definitely should be 2 motions. So if Councillor Taylor could read out the first motion, and then the second motion would be a totally separate motion. If you don't mind, Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Taylor, we've got some advice from legislative services that's likely 2 separate motions there.
Okay.
So it's your prerogative to split it into 2 if you'd like.
That's fine. I expected somebody to actually split it anyways, but to be honest, they don't go together, you know, so I wouldn't want one without the other personally, but I expect you're going to split it anyway, so I don't know why I would find it.
So you're okay with just making the first motion for now then, Councillor Taylor?
Sure.
Okay. With that, Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, but I would like to speak. I've spoke to this before, so I don't want to repeat what I had to say. But the idea is the second part of the motion, that if this passes, I would then go to, is that we got a couple of places to find the savings here. One is that $853,000 surplus, and the other is an organizational review to be conducted. Okay, June 30th, not good, July 30th. And I think as opposed to option 1, this provides a few advantages, and that's to give administration time to conduct that year-end audit, confirm the savings. I think it gives time for a thoughtful organizational review to look for efficiencies. And I think taking it from the surplus is not a concern because of all the information we have presented regarding our investment capacity. And again, the only thing I would caution is that if we take something out of reserves, we have to go and put it back. Otherwise, we're just dodging the problem and we're pretending that we're addressing some sort of problem. In actual fact, we're not. So we have to find that savings. So if this passes, I will be putting another motion forward to clarify this.
I have Mayor Michaels and then Councillor Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be in support of this motion with all the information presented in front of us. I have a hard time to ask taxpayers to do a 3% increase to the mill rate in addition to the increased assessments, seeing where our reserves are and seeing that our debt payments have went down. So to me, when you look at the whole, at all the elements, I strongly support this would equal to a 1% mill rate tax increase, excluding the additional assessment increase. So for me, I'll support this and look forward to the further motion after that. Thank you.
Mayor Michaels, Councillor Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to administration. So that 800,000 plus surplus, that's monies that were not spent last year. Is that correct?
Sir, through you to Councillor Race, it is estimated pending the completion of the audit, monies that remain out of the 2021 budget unspent at this time.
And should it prove to be a fact that we have all this money left over, does that go into general revenue or is it in reserve right now?
Well, it's not in reserve right now. Ruth, would you like to speak just to the process around the accumulated surplus or any surplus from 2021 and how it makes its way to the town of Hinton's accumulated surplus?
Yes, at the end of the process, we bring a report to council and ask them to make a motion to transfer the funds from the surplus into any specific reserve that they may desire, or it could go into general operating reserves as well. Whichever council, it's all council's decision.
Yeah, I do have a quick one. So how soon will we know about the surplus?
Sir, through you, I believe it's fair that we'll know this by the beginning to middle of May. Council should receive, so each year you receive your audited financial statements and that will confirm this number.
But will we know this figure prior to us doing our mill rate bylaw?
I have committed to finding that information out and letting council know, and I will do that before next Wednesday's meeting.
Thank you. Thank
you. We'll go to Councillor Barry.
Okay, just really quickly, I mean, with that kind of money, let's say there's a 25% adjustment, there's still 600 grand sitting there, however we slice it. I mean, maybe it's not 856, but it's gonna be 600.
I'm gonna go to myself. I will support this one. I don't know that I'll support the next one. That's why I appreciate the suggestion to split them. Surplus money, I don't think has to go to reserves. It's surplus above the reserve contributions that we were going to make as directed by council. So if it's solely used as tax relief, I'm probably okay with that too. Thank you. So anything further before we call the question? Okay, we can see the proposed direction. So Councillor Taylor requests that committee direct administration to reduce reserves by $260,000 and to apply these savings to a reduced tax rate. Oh, I see O'Hanlon before we call the question.
I'm so sorry. Administratively, I'm going to suggest the possible following changes. One being, of course, the the 2022 tax rate, so it's specific to the year. And also I'm going to suggest, because I'm hearing this as the intent of council, the residential tax rate. And I'm sorry to do it at the last minute, but I think that's all been discussed by council, but.
Councillor Taylor, is that in line with what you were thinking? Or?
No, I was thinking both residential and commercial.
Okay.
No, I don't have to put residential in there, but I appreciate the 2022 thought.
Okay. So Councillor Taylor's indicated that he does not want the residential part in there. Just 2022 he's fine with, correct?
Yep.
Okay, Mayor Michaels.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so we're all on the same page, the previous budget that was shown to us had a 3% increase to the mill rate, which equaled 390,000. This would drop it 260 and make it $130,000 tax increase, which would be a 1% to the mill rate, which then would be divvied up by res and non-res. So that was just so we're all on the same page for administration and council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that clarification. Anything further before we call the question? Okay, if we can see it back again, we'll call the question. Councillor Taylor's proposed direction, the committee direct administration to reduce reserves by $260,000 and to apply these savings to a reduced 2022 tax rate. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to make another motion. Look forward to your enthusiastic endorsement of this one too. Direct administration to find $260,000 in savings in the first 7 months of 2022 through two avenues. The proposed 850. What am I proposing?
No, that's fine. Councillor Taylor, carry on, please.
Proposed $853,000 surplus identified in the year-to-date financial statements and capital status report of December 31st, 2021. And an organizational review to be conducted by July 30th, 2022. I can't say anything more about this. I think I've already said enough. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Council, comments, questions? Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question to ICAO Hanlon, for the latter part of this, the review, what does that look like from administration's perspective? Yeah, like who does this? What does that look like? What are the costs associated? What's administration's understanding based on the motion?
Sir, through you to Mayor Michaels, to all of the committee of the whole. Sorry, it's a bit on the fly here this evening. I don't believe that we can create, tender and complete an external organizational review by this deadline. So that's not to say it can't be done. I say it would have to be an internal review. So it would have to be something conducted internally that would be brought back for, whether it's external or internal, that would be brought back to council with possible recommendations, just from an organizational perspective, but also per this motion, any possible cost savings that could be realized by the town.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'll listen. I want to be able to hear the rest of council. I think at the moment I only support that part of the motion. If we want to do an internal review of the organization and our ICAO comes back to us at a certain date, and it could be before July, and look at those potential savings, and then in due course decide to do something with that, I definitely support that part of it. The other part I'm still trying to quantify if they need to be together. So I'll listen to the rest of the council for at least for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Michaels, Councillor Taylor.
I think that specific question we go in camera, we talk about. So that's a part, what kind of review we have done. I think there are savings here. We see numbers that are going up at a very high rate that are 50% the cost of living, whatever. It's something we have to look at and get a hold of. I deliberately didn't put it. Originally I had internal and then I took it out. That gives us a little bit of flexibility, but we have to go on camera to talk about what we're doing and service levels. I think that's where you have that discussion.
Councillor Taylor, Council. If I could see the proposed direction again, please. I guess I would have a clarifying question for Councillor Taylor. There's two avenues proposed. What's the criteria for determining which avenue is pursued? Is it a combination of both avenues? Is that council decision? I'm not sure how this would shake out if it passes. Councillor Taylor, that's directly to you.
I've kept it fairly general and loose. I don't have a precise exact answer to that. Immediately we find the 260 savings in the reserves because I think that's the number that's going to come first, and then we would do the organizational review later, and that would provide the sustainable long-term savings that we would then have to over time fill out the reserves so we have to see it flush out.
I'm good. Councillor LaBerge.
Yeah, I mean, as written, I don't know that I particularly support it, because if we're gonna take 260 out of the 853, we've done nothing but delay that 2% tax increase until next year. So, I mean, it's already out of reserves. That 853 is gonna be what it is, gonna flow into reserves anyhow. I mean, if there is no desire to cut costs, then why worry about, taking it out of the 853? That's gonna flow to reserves anyhow. So if there's no cost savings, then what we're doing is financing a tax cut this year for next year.
Do you have a
Councillor LaBerge? Sorry, Councillor Taylor, did you want to speak?
you have a recommended change you'd like to see? Please.
My emotion's down already.
CEO Hamlin.
Sort of through you to the members of the committee of the whole. I've been listening to this motion and realizing that honestly, the intent of the motion is met as soon as we reserve, as soon as we move any accumulated surplus, the intent of this. So administratively, my suggestion is almost to deal with the possibility of a organizational review as a separate matter altogether and not try to tie it. Because my concern was really effectively the moment we transfer, we've met the intent of the motion without getting into I think to Councillor Taylor's concerns, the possibilities of an organizational review. So it might just mean that the organizational review be dealt with separately. Possibly not even tonight, but I mean, separately by the direction of council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know Councillor LaBerge had mentioned that his other motion was defeated. My only reason for not supporting that is I don't think we could have found something in the next 6 weeks, right? So I didn't want to pass the budget in May. If this was going to come back to a standing committee in March, then we're not going to deal with it till April. And now we're getting close to when are we going to pass this budget? Like it really becomes a critical point. I still want to find 260,000 in savings, but if there's a direction that council wants to give administration 4 months to see if they can find it, and we receive a report indicating if they can find 260,000, and then if it's there, awesome. And if not, we move on and we have other motions that alleviate some pressure on the taxpayer. So if this is split up, and it speaks to a report that we're tasking our administration to find it, I could potentially support that. So even though I voted against the other one, it's just because our ICAO says without cutting services, they won't find anything in the short term. So I'm just expressing my train of thought that I'm not against tasking administration in the next 16 weeks to see if they can find something. I just don't think they could do it before. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate that, Mayor Michaels. Myself and then Councillor Taylor. I'm still a little bit fuzzy on the end goal of the proposed direction. I'm assuming that the intent of that is that an organizational review is conducted, and then from that, there's $260,000 worth of wages and salaries that are cut to achieve putting that money back into reserves. So I guess that's a question direct for Councillor Taylor. Is that the intended outcome of the organizational review?
Yeah. And I can clear it up to improve the wording to give you something more succinct to vote on.
Okay. So speaking to that exact motion then, I won't support that. I don't know that that's the most beneficial place to maybe find $260,000 in reserves. If there could be other places where it could be found, I'm not against finding it. I'm just not prepared at this moment to commit to finding it through reductions in staff. Sorry, who was it? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Reese, and Councillor Fox.
So, thank you, sir. So just quickly.
Sorry, Councillor Taylor first.
Oh, sorry.
Taylor,
Go ahead.
Taylor, Reese, and then Fox.
Okay.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'd like to modify what I just put up there if I could, please. Can I amend it? I can read.
Council, is there any opposition to Councillor Taylor amending his own motion?
That the committee direct administration to find $260,000 in savings in the first 7 months of 2022 through reductions in the operational budget.
Sorry, if I could, can I get legislative services to weigh in on that? That's not an amendment, that's a complete change in the motion. So if that's the intent, to me, you'd have to withdraw that original one and make a different one.
Did a legislative service say something?
I'm not sure if Heather's still with us.
Yes.
She's here, okay.
I'm still here. Yeah, that is changing the main motion completely, so that really can't be. You would have to put that motion forward and then go back to the main motion and vote on it. It's an amending motion, but it is changing the main motion, so unless you want to retract this motion, Councillor Taylor, and put a new motion forward.
That would be my suggestion, because I think technically per a procedure bylaw, you can't. Can you amend your own motion? Forget what the changes you can now? Okay. So you could propose an amendment to your own motion. That would get called to question, change the original motion, or you can just withdraw the first one and put a different one up.
So I can keep doing what I do?
No, you have to do a formal amendment.
You,
And the
sorry?
formal amendment would be voted on.
Or you can withdraw this.
Heather, I thought I understood. You said Councillor Taylor could propose a formal amendment to his original motion. That would get voted on, and then we would go back to the original motion with the change, or potentially without the change.
Correct, and the main motion would be as amended. Or withdraw, and that doesn't, you haven't voted on this motion yet, so you could withdraw this motion and put forward the motion that you now wish to put forward. That will not be reflected on the minutes. It's just withdrawing this motion and then putting forward the motion that you want to put forward now, Councillor Taylor.
Okay, I'll withdraw it.
Okay, council, is there any opposition to Councillor Taylor withdrawing his motion? No, seeing none, that motion's withdrawn.
Please don't get rid of the typing though.
Yeah, maybe save that. Councillor Race and then Councillor Haas.
I will withdraw.
So, Councillor Haas,
Yeah.
you good too? Council? Councillor Taylor?
I'd like to put a motion up, please. That the committee direct administration find $260,000 in savings in the first 7 months of 2022 through reductions to the operational budget. And now there was a term we used for operational budget before that helped baseline operational budget.
Council, we have another proposed direction for us. Council, any comments? Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may not die on this hill. My preference would be to take away the 7 months and add a date for a report to come back to council on it. That's just my preference. We're saying administration, go see if you can find 260, bring us a report, then we'll decide on on what it is by a certain date. The way it reads there, and I don't know if that is the intent of Councillor Taylor, but it's you're actually cutting yourself to 7 months of the year to actually find the savings. It might be in the 8th, 9th, 10th, or 12th month. Like, I just don't want to hold us to the first 7 months. So to me, if it's cleaner if we take away the 7 months, if you're open to that friendly amendment, and to add a report to come to council by the end of second quarter.
Sure.
Okay.
You gonna make that? You gonna help me?
Yeah. So just to remove the 7 months. And to bring and at the end to say, and to bring a report to council by the end of the second quarter of 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may speak to that, Mr. Chair. To me, again, I think I've heard many councillors, we are trying to find where some of these operational increases are. And I truly believe we weren't going to find this in the next 2 months. As much as it's frustrated me, this will at least have a detailed report on where this could be. And then we can further that conversation and work with our ICAO in order to have some clarity. And maybe it's there, maybe it's not. I believe there is something there, and this will give us, I think, the space and the time in order for us to make a sound decision and find it in the right place. So I'll be in support of this. Thank you.
Mayor Michaels, council. Oh, yeah, sorry, ICO Hamlin.
No, thank you, sir. I'm gonna try something a little different with council. Administratively, and I won't even throw my whole administration in with me, I'll just use myself. This is really now a motion regarding the 2022, or excuse me, the 2023 budget. I would really encourage council to just adopt this year's budget. And I want to be bringing I want to be bringing your 2023 budget to you this December. Like, adopting a budget. And if we just continue to take a look at, council can fully direct us. You can give us marching orders as to what the 2023 budget needs to look like. It's got to be $260,000 less than you got last year. Like, we're continuing trying to cast backwards when we really need to be, sorry for the frustration, when we really need to be moving forward. And we need to be moving forward with a 2022 operating budget, and we need to be immediately moving into the process of developing a new budget for 2023. And council has I anticipate direction from council on what that's gonna be. And it's almost exactly like the wording there, but it's for another time. And sorry, we're making some very complicated resolutions that we're kind of back casting to a process that's been going on for months. And we need to move this forward and get going with next year's budget, which I'm kind of used to be doing by now. Thank you.
Thank you, ICAO Hanlon. I had myself down to speak to the motion. I won't be supporting it for the same reasons that I wouldn't support the earlier one. I have huge concerns about the mechanics of how this would work. If the administration brings back recommendations that aren't supported by council, then what happens? We send administration away again to go and find another 260 and just keep doing that until they come back with something that council is willing to support. I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to spend the next 6 months of 2022 focusing on savings in the 2022 budget that we already passed or should have did pass, sort of. It's confusing. I don't like the mechanics of it. If there's a direction to administration, there's simpler ways than that to do it. Just direct them to contribute an additional $260,000 to reserves next year. If the intent of this is short-term tax relief because we recognize the challenges that COVID has put on our businesses and our citizens, fine. Just do the previous motion still exists. You know, comes tax relief. We just don't have to go and find the money to put back into reserves later. So I'm not going to be supporting this for the reasons I just said. Council, is there anything further? Councillor Haas?
Yeah, I appreciate ICDO's comments. I'm not going to, I want to move forward as well, and I'm not going to support this as well. I think that if we were to give marching orders for the 2023 budget, that to me makes more sense than doing what we're doing here. Because then we're tasking not only is our administration to find, as it says, $260,000 savings in 2022, but also working on the 2023 budget at the same time. And I just don't see that productive. So if we can make it, like Councillor Stashik said, to find it in reserves for 2023, fine, then we move forward. And then at least administration has something to work with moving into that budget period. So, thank you.
Councillor Haas, Councillor Birch.
Well, I'm not sure when the rubber gets on the road then. Like you say, well, we'll save 260 next year. We can't save 260 this year. We've baked $1.1 million worth of additional revenue with this 3% tax increase into the cost structure of the organization. Plus the nearly $400,000 in savings from debenture payments that we paid last year, but we're not paying this year, is all hard baked into this new cost of running the organization. So we can't find it this year, but we're going to say, well, we'll find it next year. Like so at what point do we go, okay, so please do what we ask. Please find 260. You know, so we ask, you say no, then we do it next year. And we're always waiting to try and figure out how to save the money. I don't know at what point we go 260 is too much. Just my feeling.
To speak to that, my understanding is nobody said no. The administration came back with the savings that they were directed to go and find, that they weren't supported by council. And that's not an exercise that I'm willing to continue to just keep on undertaking over and over and over again until administration happens to hit on the magic beans that council supports. I'm not willing to do that. Earlier, there was a part of the discussion was around maybe taking a look at contracted services and directing administration to find the savings there. Administration would come back and let us know what the impacts to services would be. Maybe that means we're not hiring any independent snow removal contractors, so the citizens know, well, your street's not going to get plowed this year. Main thoroughfares only, because we don't have the capacity to hire contractors. Or maybe it's something else, but at least the options get brought back We're giving administration an area to look in, but as long as it's a wide open window where they can continue, come back with anything and council can consider whether they want to accept that or not, that's not something that I'm ready to move forward on. I said before, I'm willing to look and I'm willing to find the $260,000 in savings, but if it's just a wide open marching order and anything can come back and we can approve it or not, I'm not willing to undertake that. I think this council has more higher priority things that we need to look at moving forward. Thanks. Councilor Oz.
And I think there are savings definitely, but it goes back to, again, my desire in the last term and this term to dive into our service levels better too and understand them. And I think that it ties into this is that we don't truly understand our service levels, and there may be some cost savings even in our service levels. But having that conversation, that's in my opinion, part of our strategic plan, potentially conversation coming later to look at and dive into as a council, because there may be savings in there as well that we just aren't aware of. So I just see this, I think there's a bigger picture. I think that, I think there is the 260, but we need some time to administration to look at it to get that. We just can't do it in this short period of time. And I don't see it happening this way, but I see it happening in the 2023 budget and direction to administration to what we expect in that budget. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer Councillor Taylor a friendly amendment because I am hearing what some members of council are saying, and I do agree with one part. I'd like for it to add without any service level impacts. And my rationale is it may come back and it's not there. Awesome. But for me, if we take 4 months and we look at what we believe, and I've heard Councillor Hodges said he believes there's something there. We believe there's something there. And Councillor LeBaire said it, I think, almost perfectly. When does the rubber hit the road where we're like, when do we look at operations? So for me, I understand how it looks like we're focusing on 2022. For me, it has no year to it. I see this as focusing on our operations of our organization, and they're just too high. And I have taxpayers and residents that say that to me quite often, that they just believe it's ballooning too much, and that's what I'd like to see. And in the end of the second quarter, if there's still nothing there, then we move on to 2023. But to me, I think it's too big of an issue that our operations continue to go up without an intuitive answer to our taxpayers of where the math adds up. And I still struggle. I've had these conversations and I don't have great answers. When you don't have great answers to the people you elect, I think you have to continue to do some work. So I know it's not ideal, but I really believe this is outside of our yearly budgets, that there's just an operational issue here. Thank you. And to Councillor Taylor, if he accepts my friendly amendment.
Councillor Taylor, you're accepting it, your proposed amendment. It's the race.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Mayor, so what you're saying is we can pass our budget, but in the interim, we're going to be having administration look for a savings of $260,000 in the next, 4 months? And if they can't come up with any, we just move on.
All right. Mr. Chair, yeah, for me, the budget will be passed, or we look to pass the budget. This will add to it. And it's about, to me, I look at it as this fundamental question: do we think we're running 100% efficient? I think that's fair. Now, I believe we're not 100%. If we could find something in 16 weeks, awesome. And I really believe we can. We just can't short term. But the budget will pass. It'll still need a motion of council to approve whatever comes to us in that report. So we're not committed to it, but it tasks administration to start looking. And to Councilor LeBaire's point, when do we start? And if the will of council is to start in 2023, so be it. I believe we can start that now. Come on, like there's something there. So I hope that answers.
Yeah, So if we, if in 4 months' time they do find $260,000, how will that affect our 2022 operating budget?
Is
If I may-
that,
yes.
is that the Mayor Mike?
Yes, I don't know, to anybody,
Michael?
yes.
Then it'll be the will of council, meaning we've already approved the 2022, but this is efficiencies that can be carried forward. Who knows what they are? But to me, it won't change our tax rate. It won't change anything other than a conversation around efficiencies of the operating budget as a whole, which would then have, like I said, yearly impacts for it, or at least begin that conversation. So I hope that answers it, that, yeah, it's.
Thank you.
That's all. Okay. Let's see the proposed direction, please. Councilor Taylor's proposed direction, that committee direct administration to find $260,000 of savings in 2022 through reductions to the baseline operational budget, and to bring a report to council by the end of the second quarter of 2022 without any service level impacts. Council, all those in favor? Opposed? Did not carry. Did you get the vote? Councilor Haas?
So this doesn't, to see ICU Hanlon, I mean, unless there's other motions to come, but when the budget is brought back to us, that a motion, because I mean, council has made motions in the past before, say, of tax rate for the next year, that the proposed tax rate to administration for the next year at whatever percentage. So that doesn't stop us from potentially making a motion to what our expectations are for 2023 moving forward, you know, when the budget comes to us at a later date. Is that fair to say?
Sir, through you to Councillor Oz. Absolutely. We have a motion from earlier this evening on this matter that theoretically allows the passage of the 2022 budget. It doesn't stop council from identifying any directing administration either in regards to the 2022 budget or the 2023 budget, what the expectation, the will of council may be on those items. You have that capacity and certainly that input in the ongoing budget process.
So if I may follow, but you know, this gives an opportunity. It's having this conversation. We've got another week to mull this over and think about it before it comes back to us. Potentially, we haven't made that direction yet, but you know, maybe there might be that opportunity for councilors to what kind of motions potentially for the next time to give some of those marching orders for 2023. You know, after tonight's discussion. So I'm just throwing that out there for food for thought anyway. So thank you.
Councilor Ross, Councilor Race.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I thought you had your hand up. Council? This is an action item, needs a direction to move forward. Councilor Ross?
So I'm going to give the recommended action. The council accepts this report for information and directs administration to return the 2022 operating budget and 2023 to 2025 operating plan to the March 1st, 2022 meeting of council for action.
Thank you, Councilor Ross. Councilor Taylor?
The question, do we have to put with amendments or is that automatically going to happen?
That's already covered by the motion. It's already moved that.
Okay, so we're good. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Appreciate the question for clarification, council. Anybody like to speak to the proposed direction? No one, we call the question, please. We can see it. Councillor Haas, the direction that you made. Councillor Haas has requested direction that council accept this report for information and direct administration to return the 2022 operating budget and 2023 to 2025 operating plan to the March 1st, 2022 meeting of council for action. So all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. Okay, council, anything further on the 2022 operating budget and 2023-2025 plan? That moves us on to discussion items. I don't believe there's any discussion items this week. General correspondence. There's nothing. Reporting year-to-date financial statements and capital status report as of December 31st, 2021.
Thank you, sir. And my thanks for Ruth. I assume Ruth, you're still there. And Ruth and Shelby did a great job sorting this out and providing the year-to-date financial statements, capital status report as of December 31st, 2021. Ruth, council's had the report for a couple of days now. There are several attachments. Do you want to take us through this? And then I would suggest briefly, sir, if I could. I'm not sure your thoughts on that. And then if there's any questions of Ruth or myself, we'll do our best to answer those. We're on page 71 of your agenda package. Ruth, you've got this item?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to hand it off to Ruth at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Hanlon. So I'm not going to read through the background materials. You probably are much better versed at what the 2020 budget and the approved 2021 operating budget and capital plan were. So I'll just skip through those numbers. If we can go down to the analysis, the first paragraph just briefly summarizes the thinking that was going on, I believe. I wasn't here, of course, so once again, you'll probably be much better able to speak to that than I could. The current year year-end financial status of 2021 has brought an estimated surplus of approximately 856,923, and that's calculated using the formula total cash revenue less total cash expenditures equals the surplus. Now this, when I say cash, I'm speaking about amortization not being a cash item. So, and I apologize for the confusion that perhaps my numbers caused and my brackets caused with the table that we're going to look at shortly. So the cost reduction strategies identified by council were continued by administration in 2021 to offset any anticipated losses, including which included decision-making around essential and non-essential projects and operations to contribute to those reductions. So if we move down to page 72, I provided you with a very high level by department, by division, and within each division, their departments, the budget, the 2021 budget, the 2021 actual, and the variance. And you'll notice that over has the bracket around it and under is without brackets. So without knowing what council's desire is with regards to reporting on variances, I sort of lean towards something between the area of 8 and 10% to speak to. And I worked with the various managers of the department and the directors to come up with the descriptions as to why the variances were occurring during the year. So if we move down to the summary of the departments, the mayor, council, and public relations recognized savings in the honorarium, travel, and training and were offset by increases in meeting allowances and contracted services. So if we want to move down to the next area, the Chief Administrative Group. This division is comprised of the CAO's office and the HR or Human Resources Services branch. The CAO division did achieve a $5,000 savings in travel, membership, and training budget lines. However, due to coverage required in the CAO role, there was $105,600 overage in salaries and benefits. The cost is not only the salary and benefit of the interim CAO, but reflect the cost of the CAO, but reflective of the cost the CAO is entitled to while on approved leave. There were also some overages in overtime for the assistant for council meetings and legal expenses for council support. There was an overall savings in the Human Resources branch of $17,811. This is mainly as a result of a successful recruitment, which did not require headhunting services. And if anybody has questions as we go through, please feel free to interrupt me. Corporate Services Department, which is made up of the Finance, Communications, and Information Technology, was able to achieve an overall reduction of $212,397 due to a reduction in travel and training budgets, communications reduction due to a reduction in the contracted services and a temporary vacancy, and IT reduction in contracted services. Other revenues and expenses captures the franchise fees, Yellowhead County revenue sharing agreement, transfers to reserves, and some other small amounts of other grants and penalty revenue and contracted costs for the assessors. Development Services Department came in $69,000 over budget due to reduced revenues in the development permit area of $121,000 and provincial grants of $124,000, offset by safety code revenues of $61,000 and savings in one-time projects of $116,000. Protective Services and the RCMP Fire and Disaster and Bylaw. The reason for the overage there is due to the unforeseen changes to the RCMP contract of $494,000, which were partially offset by grant revenues of $379,000. Fine revenues were down approximately $220,000 on the ATE, and planned transfers to reserves of $200,000 from that particular department have not yet been put into place as part of the year-end process yet to be completed. And we may have to adjust that amount based on the year-end adjustments for bad debts. And I believe that discussion has come to council already this year, briefly. Infrastructure Services Department, which is public works, including roads, streets, and maintenance, did commit to several cost-saving initiatives to help with the uncertainty of the pandemic. However, even further savings were found, similarly due to the explanation above. A small savings was also seen due to the lack of casual time accessed over this pandemic. Facility and Fleet Service area and debt recognized the largest savings of approximately $291,300 as the facility closures and project delays created a situation in which staff could not move ahead with planned operational work. The total decrease, other than a portion of the total utility, power, heat, etc., was directly due to the pandemic and the way it affected our ability to do business as usual. Parks, Recreation, and Culture Service Branch saw some savings due to lower salaries during the 5-month backfilling of the CAO, Community Service Director, Parks, Recreation, and Culture Manager, Aquatic Supervisor, and Pool Operation positions. Public Health and Welfare Service Branch, which consists of family and community service support and public transit, due to pandemic, Discovery Camp revenue and transportation revenue did not achieve their targets. The capital budget for 2021 was $13,290,015. And given the tight timeline around the preparation of financial reporting to a complete analysis has not been finished yet regarding reserve placement and deferred revenue adjustments. Administration commits to complete the required analysis and return this information to council once completed in Q2 of 2022. Financial summary. Council and administration continued throughout 2021 to place cost-saving measures to deal with unanticipated impacts of the pandemic on the organization. Administration had to constantly review the status of the organization, the changing provincial requirements, and adjust to the business programs and services as well as financial outcomes to ensure that any losses of revenue were offset by cost reduction strategies. The preparation of year-end financials was a tight and quick turnaround to ensure council timelines were met. Some changes to preliminary financial results should be expected and anticipated through the final audit process. It is important for all directors to take time to analyze and review their year-end financial results for relevancy and accuracy. The overall financial status currently reflects a remaining surplus of $856,923. And I don't think that there's anything further that I have to add. So if anyone has questions, they can certainly, I'll try to answer them.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
I can't find the year-end long-term debt in this financial statement. Can you provide that number? Because if I don't have that number, I don't have a complete picture of our financial picture. So I'm missing an important part of it.
If I may, to Councillor Taylor through the chair. We didn't do any of the balance sheet items, which is where that lies, is in the balance sheet. All we provided with you at this point is the operations and however, as part of the operation and expenses, revenues and expenses, under the Department of Facilities Maintenance. Let me look here. In the area where it says Facility and Fleet Services, if you look up back to the table.
Ruth,
Under-
sorry, Ruth, I apologize to interrupt. What page are you on?
Oh, sorry, I'm on page 72. Back up under Division 3 on the table. If you look in Facility and Fleet Services, the debt, principal, and interest payments for the year are included in there. But that's all you have at this point. You don't have any debt limit calculations at this point, nor do you have the balances of the outstanding debentures and other debt.
Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Taylor.
May I ask the CAO, if you don't mind, when we might see the consolidated financial statements this year?
CEO Hanlon.
Thank you, sir. Ruth, the consolidated financial statements are going to be, so when we get the audit, again, I'm going to come back. The audit's going to give us these numbers and confirm these for council.
That is correct.
So we will not have something prior to that for councils to review. So we're looking for May for the presentation of the audited financial statements.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Council, anything further? Okay, there is an action required with this one, so Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that council accept the 2021 year-to-date financial statements and capital status report as of December 31st, 2021 for information. Thank you.
Mayor Michaels. Council, we have a proposed motion. Anybody want to speak to it? Or proposed direction? Okay, so no one. Michaels, that's the direction that you want to propose.
The 2021 year-to-date, this is the recommended action on page 71.
So I'll just read it for you, Jim. The council accepts the 2021 year-to-date financial statements and capital status report as of December 31st, 2021 for information.
Thank you.
Okay, council, anybody want to speak to it?
Paul, if I could interrupt, it should be the committee.
Oh, correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That change has been made. Council, anyone want to speak to it? So Taylor?
Again, I think this is good news, the fact that we have an $853,000 surplus, it's a good thing. So, get positive, that'd be great.
You, Councilor Taylor. Council? Okay, I'd like to call the proposed direction to question, please. Mayor Michaels has requested that committee accept the 2021 year-to-date financial statements and capital status report as of December 31st, 2021 for information. Council, all those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Anything further on the year-to-date financial statements before we move on? Okay. We will move on to council reporting. We'll start across the table with Councilor Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, I'm attending the Municipal Corporation Planning and Finance sessions. Tomorrow night, we do session number 2, and I find it extremely interesting. Last Thursday, I attended the Youth Advisory meeting. I am very happy to see the growth of these students. They're just conducting themselves as a council very, very well. And it's really good to see the participation from the students. Thank you.
Councilor Reese, Councilor Taylor.
I attended some training with Brownlee, and I thought that was worthwhile. And Christina, at least particularly the part about FOIP. You could never get enough FOIP. It's really interesting.
You're very disruptive.
Thank you, Councilor Taylor. Mayor Michaels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also attended both sessions that Councilor Reese and Councilor Taylor spoke to. The emerging trends from Brownlee, once we get the, I don't know if it's been emailed today, but once we get the entire presentation sent to us, that we'll forward it to all of council, but valuable information for FOIP and other issues that municipalities face. And albeit there was a lot of furniture disruption by Councilor Taylor, but all has been rectified, and we are, it was a great session. And that's all for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels, Councillor Haas.
Yeah, same as other councilors attended legal trends, and I too looking forward to tomorrow evening's for session 2 in the municipal corporate and finances. Also attended the youth advisory committee and moving forward with some strategic plans and getting the youth excited about some things to move forward. And other than that, I think, yeah, that's everything at this point. Thanks.
Councillor Haas, Councillor Birch.
Last week was a week of training, so I did the municipal finance and the Brownlee sessions as well. I don't know if interesting is the word that I would use, but they were useful. And then Friday dinner at the Overlander. I always love the food out there. Okay, thank you, Councillor Birch. So last Thursday, I had the opportunity to attend the Regional Business Support Network meeting online by Zoom. It was municipal leaders and business leaders throughout the West Yellowhead region meeting to have a bit of a discussion and update on how things are going in their areas, and share some thoughts and opinions about how COVID's affected the business community and what it looks like moving forward. So it was a pretty interesting discussion, lots of positive takes, lots of realization of the situation we're in with supply chain issues and inflation and affecting business and their ability to operate efficiently. But that said, though, a lot of positive thoughts and words came out of that as well. So pretty optimistic outlook from the business community. Outside of that, I also was able to attend the municipal corporate planning and finance training sessions last Wednesday and tomorrow as well for the next 3 weeks. So it's a 4-week session. So good training and interesting information. And that's all I've got to report. Council, are there any urgent matters this week? No urgent matters. Move to Chief Administrative Officer reporting. I see you, Helen.
Thank you, sir. Similar to many of your reports, had a chance, got disrupted a few times, but was able to participate with Brownlee's Emerging Trends Seminar and always enjoy that. Also Wednesday evening, municipal finances, corporate planning, and with the elected officials. Enjoyed that, and a great refresher for myself. As your interim CAO, continuing to onboard, continuing to better know the staff, finally going to get over and see the Public Works team tomorrow. So my thanks to Winston for setting that up, and looking forward to meeting the group over there and continuing to focus on those priorities identified by council. And thank you for the opportunity and the trust thus far. Thank you.
Status report. Included, I'm assuming.
I guess.
Council action pending list and council action complete list.
So, sir, not sure how you wish to do this, how in the past to go over, discuss it. Do you ask questions? What do you prefer?
I don't typically go line by line. It's more open forum discussion. If there's any questions that council has about any of the things, we can talk about it. But if there's anything, any developments that you want to bring to council's attention to, this is the opportunity to do it. So I'd open the floor up to council, or I see your Hamlin if there's any questions or comments.
I think perhaps if I could, sir, I'll introduce that really just on what we've got here on pages 1 and 2, the 3, that pretty much they're just ongoing, pretty much as I would expect them to. As I draw my attention on to page 3, we do have the public auction coming up later this week. There was originally 3 properties going to auction. That was reduced in here, as I see on page 3 on MD 2423. That had been reduced to 2 properties. It's now actually down just to the 1 property. So the 1 property owner has entered into a payment plan with the town, and So other than that, most of these are proceeding, and the dates have been updated. Most recently reviewed those with Jim, so I would be available to answer any questions council may have. The committee may have. Excuse me.
Council questions? Councilor Beers?
Just quickly, I guess, on page 1, MD 2444 is complete, isn't it?
Yes. So that did come back on the February 15th.
When was that, Councilor Beers?
Sorry, 2444, page 1. Of this report, which is page 80. Or 82.
Council, anything further? Other comments or questions? Councilor Beers?
I have a question. So on page 6, which is page 90 of our report, where it says seek consensus that all individual reserves be removed from fiscal responsibility policy, blah, blah, I don't need to read the. Again, and I can't keep using the newbie card, but what is it? What does that mean? What's happening with that motion?
Administration, would you like to speak to that?
Sir, through you to Member Labarge and to all the members of the committee of the whole, this is one that predates my time. I see that it is on hold. Typically, and so I'll read it for those maybe listening at home or any of my staff here. Seek consensus that all individual reserves be removed from the fiscal responsibility policy and be placed with overarching reserve policies. That the above motion be referred to the March 9th, 2021 Standing Committee meeting to allow administration to explore the possibility of including appendix material as discussed in the Standing Committee meeting of Tuesday, February 9th, 2021. My interpretation of this, and it's just as I read it, is that there was direction or the intention of administration or the direction of council to be establishing actual reserve policies for the reserves. And typically in a municipality, the reserve policies will identify what the reserves are being, what they're being collected for, if there's maximum contribution limits for a reserve, how the reserves could be drawn down. And so that it's very clear both for council and for the public what the reserves are being gathered and utilized for, rather than part of an overarching, as it says, fiscal responsibility policy. This would be clearer, and I see some heads nodding. I hope that that would be my understanding of an action item like this. Okay. And in terms of currently being on hold, for me, this would be a priority once we have a corporate services director in place to get this dealt with and brought back to council for that review.
Okay. Right. Just before I go to Councilor Reese, is there any appetite to talk about MD 2191 further? Is that something that's still a priority of council? Is that something that we want to see administration prioritizing, or is that something that we can maybe give some direction to remove it or not focus on it? I'm not sure.
Sorry, page 6, so page 90 of your report, page 6 of.
Yeah, page 90 of the full report. It's the first one on that one, MD 2191. Mayor Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Stashik, for expressing that. I'm not dismissing that it's not important, but again, weighing all our priorities, this has a date of June 2022. Is this in our top 5 things? I'd like to push this forward to 2023 at the very least, until, again, we do our strategic plan, we know what we're focusing on. Do we want to task administration with hours of work to bring this report and for us to sit around this, around this table and discuss this? To me, it's not imminent, and I would be in support of any direction to move it probably 12 months down the road. Thank you.
Mayor Michael. Sorry, Councilor Reese, was yours regarding MD 2191 or different?
No, sir, I just wanted to be put in queue. I do have questions regarding information coming from Councilor Barton.
Okay, I have you in the main queue then, so I concur with Mayor Michaels. I don't think this is something that's priority. I don't think this is something that admin needs to be working on to have it come back to us in June of 2022. I think there's likely other things that council would place higher priority on. So if Mayor Michaels or somebody was to make a direction to postpone or change that delivery date, reprioritize by council to a different date, I'd be happy to support that. Mayor Michaels?
I'll move to change the revised date for MD 2191 to June 30th, 2023.
Mayor Michaels? Councilor, is there any comments or questions about that? Councilor Haas?
I'm of the same mind, but I guess to our interim CEO, any thoughts on, or with this reserve potential policy in place, would it be assistant in the budgeting? Would it assist in like delaying it further? Like, is it a tool that would be helpful to administration and to council as well, in your opinion or experience?
Sir, through you to Member Haas, to the members of the committee of the whole. I don't believe it's necessary at this time from a budgeting perspective. I do believe it's necessary. And I would only suggest that I'd probably be more anxious to see it if our reserves were higher. And because that's when you start to question it, just exactly when you cap reserves and no longer collect towards reserves, but we're not there. And so I think that administration would have no concern with the 1 year delay.
Thank you.
Councilor, anything further before we call the question? Seeing nothing, we could see the proposed direction.
CEO, would you please clarify the wording of this motion?
Mayor Michaels, that's your motion.
The committee move MD 2191 due date or revised date to June 30th, 2023. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, council, we have a proposed direction. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. So just before we move on, I believe MD 2192, which is directly below it, goes hand in hand. So if 2191 is being delayed till June 2023, MD 2192 likely should be as well. Mayor Michaels?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that MD 2192 revised date be June 30th, 2023.
Mayor Michaels? Council, we have a proposed direction. Anybody like to speak to it, comment, or question? Okay, seeing nothing, if we could see the direction, please. Correct, Mayor Michaels?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, all those in favor? It's carried unanimously as well. Thank you. Move to Councilor Race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not able to attend the Brownlee Emerging Trends course on Thursday, and Councillor Taylor, it just sounded like it was just the most interesting course ever. So how will we, councillors who were not able to attend, get information?
Michael's ability to address that in council reporting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Brownlee said they were going to send us the slides. So once we have that, we'll share that with council.
Good, Councilor Reese. Okay. Okay, council or ICO Hanlon, is there anything further for the action pending or action complete list?
Nothing to add on the action complete list, and certainly if council has any question, it's the final 2 pages of your agenda package.
Council, any comments or questions about the action complete list? Councillor Ross?
It's not in the action complete list, but it will be on page 82 of 93, the very first 2443, just to confirm that those numbers will be changed. Because it was 60,000, but it turned to, there was a reduction because we took $2,000 to put towards those signages. So just to clarify that, I'm sure that will be adjusted as well, but just a note.
Okay. That's it. Okay. Council, anything else? Nothing else. That brings us to legislative services update. That's Heather. Sorry, I don't know Heather's last name. Thompson. Ms. Thompson.
I kind of wasn't prepared for this. I didn't know that I was supposed to be doing this. So I have been working away with Jen on the agenda preps, etc. I've also been reviewing many bylaws and taking a look to see which ones can be consolidated, which ones maybe need to be rescinded. And I'm making that list up and working away at that for Heather Way. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Council, are there any questions? Nope, seeing none, thank you very much for that, for your update. That moves us to Executive Assistant Logistics Information. Nothing to report. Thank you. Okay, Council, that brings us to Mayor Michaels.
I'll make a motion to move into closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Michaels. Motion to go into closed session with a 5-minute break. All those in favor? We'll reconvene in 5 minutes.